Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hey, welcome everybody to the CoCoNation show, episode 361, countdown to CoCoFest.
1 week
One
to go.
week to go.
It's next weekend?
It's next
Already?
weekend.
It's next weekend.
I see
Oh,
Mark
I have
Overholzer's already getting ready. He's got his cat buffing his shiny skull there and getting all glistened up for the show.
Oh, yep, all ready to go.
I'm getting
Oh, there you
suitcases
go,
packed
yeah.
back there, and
All right, I have my
yeah.
CoCoFest shaped piles of stuff in the living room here getting put together,
Okay.
including CRTs for CRT and his light guns and other festivities.
So
Yeah, I think we'll get into some detail about the fest a little bit later in the show.
okay. Let's see let's do some introductions. Let's see. I got this other Zoom updated and things look different.
They sound different too.
They move your buttons.
Yeah,
The only thing that's
not
constant
really.
is change.
Yeah, they've done some things, that's for sure. Everything looks different. New icons for some reason.
You know what
All
you
right,
did.
let's see. And they even changed the name of the application. Now it's Zoom Workplace.
Oh,
Great.
No, I guess I haven't updated either then because I don't
yeah,
have
Oh,
it.
geez,
mine still says Zoom meeting, so.
I'm retired. I don't know if I could go back to work.
Right?
All right, let's see. Upper left-hand corner, we got MarkO.
Hello there.
And next
And a free guest
over-
star.
And for a guest star.
Guest star Fluffy.
It's Mocha.
Mocha, okay. Next over, we got Ron Delvo.
Hello, hello, everybody from the western part of the nation.
Okay, and Rick Euland.
Greetings all.
And let's see, Sloopy Malibu. Okay, and we drop down a line and shift to the left to Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today we're getting ready for CoCoFest.
You still got a couple of more to pull down in front.
Did they tell?
Yeah.
Do we have to wear those when we go there?
It's all the rage. You know it is.
Well, there should be a group photo with Mark Overhoser all wearing those.
Yeah.
That would be fun. That would actually be very, very fun.
I do have one, but
It's been done. We did that at VCF, but Marco wasn't there.
All right, next over, yours truly. Then we got Ron Kline, long time
everybody.
no see,
Thank you.
and L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, down to the next row, we got Ken Waters
Hello, everybody.
and Jason at the CoComan.biz.
That's right. And I'm ready to go. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I've got my visor. And I've got my wood grain paneling lined up with the fellow right next to me.
haha,
All right, that's all.
Yes,
Leonard.
you
You
do.
got lots of cables ready to go.
And various stages of ready to go. Ish.
Joeys and wallabies and switcheroos and
Dingoes and eat your dingoes, baby. And, you know.
okay. And
Oh,
next over-
speaking of Australia.
oh yeah.
right. Here it is, country being summoned.
Yes.
Next
about
up, we
John?
got Bob Emery.
Hello, everyone. Don't know if my mic is working.
Yep.
Yeah,
It is.
Yay.
All right, and
What- wait a
last
minute.
but not least, who sneaks in at the last second, Nick Marentes.
Oh, did I enter the wrong door? Oh, sorry about that.
Too late.
I think you came in from the ceiling, right?
Yeah, probably.
And
Bob?
I was half expecting when that cat jumped up on the monitor that it was going over.
No, it's solid up here.
Bob, you're not in your CM8 anymore. What's the deal?
It's a different computer.
Packed it for the
that one-
fest.
Yeah,
I thought you were just
for all
matching
my
the wood
crap.
grain with Jason beside you there. That was the whole
Yeah,
point. You're both in the same room,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Right.
Yeah, that's it. I'll just go ahead and pass you a Diet Dr. Pepper or something, right?
Well, I got this one.
No. It worked. It worked. See,
His is bigger.
the
worked.
magic of modern technology.
And you thought they only did that on TV.
And as far as the cat on the monitor, I had an issue with that. I put some aluminum foil up there, and he seems to not like that. So, problem solved for now, anyway. Fingers crossed.
All right. To finish the introductions over in the chat, we've got Tarina's Technobabble, L. Curtis, David Ladd, Jim Rye, Julian Brown, TJB Chris, MarkO, Sixy, Brian Weasler, Peter Willard, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, Chris Dries. Trying to remember who I've already mentioned. Michael Zwiffle.
So David Ladd's in the chat.
David Ladd is in the chat.
Oh, I have something very special for David Ladd in the chat.
And Mikey.
The
There we
opening.
The opening.
The opening.
I think I saw Mark Siegel in there before too.
Yep, Mark Siegel and Tim Franklin just popped in. Brian Walsh. All right, that's the gang.
I wonder how many of those guys there on the side are coming to the show. next week.
Retro Techie just popped in.
How many
All
people
right.
on the panel are coming to the show?
I'm
Okay,
coming.
I guess show of
What's
hands.
this?
Yeah, I'm coming.
As far as I know,
Okay.
as long as Curtis remembers to pick me up.
Yeah, and if you're 5 minutes late, I'm gone.
Have to catch me at the next stop.
So where? Oh, I was gonna say.
I think
Ken
that's
Holloway
everybody
disappeared
but
on
Nick.
us.
I think. I assume Sloopy's coming, but I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
try
for
to get
certain.
Roger Taylor to come.
So Peter Willard says he'll be there. Tim Franklin, Michael Zwiffle, Retro Techie all say they'll be there.
All right.
Okay,
It's the cool place to be.
that's right.
Trying to keep a
Yeah.
straight face.
And even Ken from Ken's CoCo Corner will be
It's
there.
hot outside.
So we will not have a show next week, not a proper show anyway. We will attempt to try to stream something.
When have we had a proper show? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the key is attempt and something. Those are the key words
That's
there.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. I will mention this will be coming up in the news, but the Tier City Trash Talk podcast is also doing a live stream on the Saturday and is wondering if anybody that's at the show would be willing to come on their show and just kind of stream a bit and kind of walk around to show what the event looks like.
Oh, otherwise we're gonna fight for bandwidth, huh?
Well, if they change their name,
I heard.
Well, it's Saturday afternoon, evening is when they run their show. I think it's 4 Eastern or 5 Eastern or something. And it lasts about a couple hours, so it won't be during the main part of the show.
Yeah, I heard a rumor going around that the entire CoCoFest was going to be streamed, and it was going to be hosted and moderated by Ken.
Eh?
Yes,
Cool.
because someone was muscling in our turf for the longest regular show.
That was Curtis that said that he was gonna. Oh, wait, Curtis.
Go home, Ken. You're drunk.
That was Curtis over there that said that he was gonna.
Just say it.
Hey, Ken, you're pointing the wrong direction. The first direction you pointed was the correct one for us. Yeah, other way. Other way.
Yeah, that's the right way.
Yeah, he's pointing at Sloopy,
Yeah.
so Sloopy volunteered. Thanks.
Yep.
No.
So everyone should have the same view that I do. So
this is why our show is 6 hours.
I will
Right.
mention Henry Strickland and some others are bringing some extra equipment to help increase bandwidth for streaming. So, because you guys are using it, I think Rick for the internal network too, or
Correct. He's ponying up for the not quite unlimited plan for demos and stuff.
So the week after the show will be treated for radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
no,
have
you
I
just
seen
turn
that
green
thing?
when you get really mad. So it'll be like,
Ron,
You
smash.
won't like me when I'm
handle, yeah.
angry.
Turn it down.
right. All right. Well, moving on with the show. Let's see. First up, we have Ron Kline.
Hey guys, thanks you for having me on the show. Been a little while.
Yep.
Oh man, look at my basement. What a mess.
Is that where the Coco?
You want to see a mess?
The CoCoPi 3
That
was
makes my-
actually born there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
'cause
call
I've
that a
been-
mess. I would call that
No.
I would call that an opportunity for cable management.
Yes, it is cable management at its best.
So let me just say, which I've said many times when this picture has been shown, is that I moved into this location. It's been damn near 20 years. And when I originally started putting stuff down in the basement, it was with the intent that may not stay there. So I ran a bunch of extra cables, didn't tie it all off, and nothing has moved.
Still there.
You know, you can buy a shower curtain that has cables hanging down for show.
Yeah, I could hide all this. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, I'm pretty fortunate. The basement's pretty big down here, and my wife leaves me alone, so it works out pretty well.
And your chair needs WD-40.
That's not my chair.
Oh, someone's.
Nope. That could be me. I'm old. I mean, I might.
It's me elbows.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oil can.
Yeah.
Another Wizard of Oz reference.
So you guys got me on for CoCoPi.
Yes. Tell us
Yeah,
the inside
we
scoop.
covered. You'd mentioned there's some changes in how you're going to be distributing it and stuff. And there was some confusion if you're going to make it a bit more complicated for beginners.
You're going to come to each and every house that it's distributed to.
I don't think it's that widespread. So many of you guys already know about the CoCoPi. I won't go into all the history of it, but it has been around since roughly 2000, late 2016 or early 17. And it was really just set up for me. I wanted something to, even though I got a lot of room here, I was trying to come up with a way to save some space. And when the Raspberry Pi platform became available, I thought, well, you know, we can run emulators on it. Maybe that's something we can use. And then it's kind of ballooned from there. So as I start to look at things going forward, we've had some struggles with CoCoPi over the years because it is built on a Linux-based OS. And a lot of the things on the Raspberry Pi platform, at least back in the day, you had to self-compile. And when a lot of the projects that I base CoCoPi on, because as you guys know, it's based on a lot of things that everybody else does, I just kind of pull it all together. When those development libraries get old on the operating system, I can't compile them and I can't build stuff. And that's what's been prompting new releases roughly every two years or so, where I have to build a new distro so we can get some current things on there to build these applications and emulators. Well, that's been kind of an ongoing thing. So in the background, I manually do all this in preparation for a new release. I grab the newest OS, I compile all the apps and emulators, I bundle it all up, I take a snapshot and post an image. And then along with that, I've been using GitHub to do like updates to that where I can. And that, like I said, it usually lasts about a year and a half, 2 years. And then I got to do it again. Well, one of the things that, you know, some of the feedback I get is that people don't want to have to re-download a new image again every 2 years because they have to, you know, maybe they've done some customizations, this and that. And they're like, well, why can't you just have just an ongoing update? Well, it's just not feasible when you look at the Linux OS with the changes in the libraries and things that I said. So what I started to look at was, okay, let me grab the latest version of an OS, and Debian is what the Raspberry Pi is mostly based on. Bookworm is the newest, version 12. So what I did is I just took that image and I said, well, let's see, this should let us run this for the next couple years. But I thought, if I can generate some build scripts instead of manually doing everything, I could just tell people to grab the latest OS, run a couple processes to pull down some build scripts, and literally they could build their own CoCoPi and go from there. And the nice thing with a lot of the build scripts is, as long as you're running a fairly recent OS, those same build scripts can just be carried over from OS to OS. But there is, you know, for some people, there's still a learning curve. It does take time, this and that. But one of the things it's opened up is the ability to run CoCoPi, or at least a majority of it, on other platforms. What I found is that, Debian 12 runs under, just regular x86 based Linux, so PCs. A lot of people run Windows subsystem for Linux. You can install Debian 12 and you can literally run the entire CoCoPi distribution on a Windows subsystem for Linux computer. There are at least one that runs Windows subsystem for Linux. That includes Windows 10 later versions and Windows 11.
So excuse me for being stupid, but when you say Windows, you're not saying Windows Microsoft. You're saying
I guess
Windows in
it's Linux within Windows. So
Okay,
Microsoft made an option where you are running Linux, but it can interact with other parts of Windows. So for example, you can install CoCoPi and have a Pi DriveWire server running in that Windows subsystem for Linux. But if you fire up a Windows version of MAME, they still interact. It's actually pretty neat.
It's a virtual machine running on your Windows system.
Yeah. So it's, the nice thing there is that this is kind of opening up this project for people that maybe aren't running a Raspberry Pi. I'm not trying to get away from the Raspberry Pi. Again, that's always going to be near and dear to my heart. It's a nice single board computer, but really anything that can run Debian or those type of Linux distributions could be a potential target platform for the project going forward. But to some other points, there are still people that are a fan of just downloading a pre-made image. And what I may wind up doing is just continue providing that image with everything pre-compiled, ready to go, and make that available for Raspberry Pi users only. I don't want to get into all the other platforms. There's just too many to support. But as of right now, the Raspberry Pi 3, B+, the 4, 400, and now the 5 are all capable of running the 64-bit version of Bookworm, of Debian 12. And I've been testing the latest CoCoPi on all of those Raspberry Pi platforms, and they work. So it's just, for a single person, it is a lot of work to do. I'm very thankful for all the projects that are out there and the emulators. It surely has made CoCoPi very successful, and in the sense that you can do a lot of emulation and a lot of development on it. And I continue to add those type of programs and applications, including now Tom's Cherry Home's FujiNet. For people that are familiar with FujiNet, it is a device that can connect up to a lot of old retro machines. It's a physical device. However, they have virtualized that component and you can run it in software. So that is something that I've added to CoCoPi, and it's neat to see FujiNet running on that, along with what it uses for sharing files, TNFS. That's a protocol that was started by the Spectrum world, and there's a TNFS server that we can run. So it's like having Pi DriveWire or DriveWire. Now there's a TNFS server if you want it, and it's just nice to have a lot of options. I don't want to get too much into all that. It's a lot.
Yeah, we just had Thomas on recently, so.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of his project. I started looking at it when I was able to get an Atari 800 a few years ago. And because I'm such a fan of his project, it's kind of led into some other retro machines. But I just felt like FujiNet was something good to include in CoCoPi if I could. And so that's another thing I'm adding. So
that's coming. It's not available currently.
No, actually, it's so there's a GitHub repository that I have. In fact, I can just share a screen here quick. If you guys will let me see what desktop.
Mark, can you zoom up Ron when he shows the screen here?
Not quite at the moment.
Let me see if I can do it. I don't know if that's the screen. Nope, wrong screen. Let me try it again. Hold on. A lot of screen options in here. Hold on. So, all right.
Also, Ron, you might want to, I don't know if you have access to the chat here, but 60 Karen, author of X-Story, just has a mention about Debian Trixie. Current testing is churning a bit at the moment due to time T and large file transitions. There's talk of dropping libtgl or tgk lext that Xor uses from it. So Debian 13 might be fun.
Oh yeah, and so you guys see my screen? I'm not sure what screen you guys see.
It's pure black at the moment.
Oh, you don't see a desktop or anything. Okay, that's fine. I can move stuff over. So now do you guys see something?
Mouse.
There's a green square.
Oh.
And your cursor's on there.
Oh, so you're not seeing a web browser or anything?
Nope.
Okay, so it's not gonna, I don't know. That's
just a cursor.
That is really strange. Let me try one more time, and if not, then I'll give up and I'll just go ahead and talk.
I can see it on the reflection of your glasses.
Oh, or my forehead. Thank you very much, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
I didn't say
I'll post
forehead.
the link. I'll post the link here in a minute as soon as I get my cat off my keyboard.
I don't have to share anything right now. But in any case, so I have a GitHub repository like I do for the other CoCoPi, the current project, and it's really Scott Wendt is the one who's been doing most testing with it. And I appreciate everything he's done. He's been kind of the guinea pig with everything. I will be posting some information on about it a little bit more. It's available for anybody that wants to try it. If they want to roll their own CoCoPi, and the process is not too difficult, or run it under, like I said, Windows Subsystem for Linux, or on it maybe an x86 box. Not sure how it would work under a Mac. I have not tested that, but the build scripts that I have, and it's quite extensive, it really builds all the emulators. It builds all the development tools. There's so many add-ons, and those may need tweaks once in a while, but that is what I can do updates through GitHub for. And people can just take a quick menu option to grab those. And then there's also a menu option to run all the build scripts. So if you're doing a brand new CoCoPi, you grab the OS, you image it like you would do for CoCoPi today. You go to GitHub, you run a little process, and it will pull down everything and actually build everything. And depending on how fast your Raspberry Pi is or the platform you're running this on, I can tell you that my main workstation's pretty quick. I know Scott's got a very, very fast one, and it compiled all the packages pretty quickly. Projects like UG Basic, all these other development things, they're all part of these build scripts. And I think that being said, though, there's still some, like I said, people fans of having a pre-built image. And I think I'm going to try to continue that for the Raspberry Pi. I may reach out to a few people in the community to help with some of that. I think if I provide some steps on how to do it, I might even be able to get some people to help with that effort and make those available. But I definitely feel like having CoCoPi available for other platforms, and when people start to look at these build scripts and they may want to add some stuff, I mean, other projects out there too, software projects that are on GitHub, it's great. Even if it's not on GitHub, I have scripts that go out to, download locations on the net. So things change. I got to go in and tweak the scripts, but otherwise, it's pretty neat. There's a lot there. So
do you know, I don't know much about Linux or whatever, but I have a laptop that has Ubuntu on it.
Yep.
Is it like the 20 something? I don't know.
If it's running Ubuntu, generally, unless it's really, really old, it's because Debian's actually, Ubuntu's like based on Debian, right?
Okay.
So, yes. As long as you can run a 64-bit OS, which, even some really old laptops should, you would be able to, you'd be able to run this.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, you switched to complete 64-bit a year or two ago, didn't you?
I did, and that was mainly because I was running into a lot of issues with the 32-bit stuff. And I will tell you, even now, like MAME was just released, the latest version 2.6.5. So the last version of CoCoPi that I released, where I had the whole image ready to go, that wasn't that long ago. That was based on Bullseye, which was the previous version. But I started with that late in its development or its life. So MAME will not, the latest version of MAME will not compile on it because it's got a slightly older version of the GCC C compiler in C++, and I don't have an easy way to upgrade that. So that's just one of the pitfalls of being tied to the base OS, and that's another reason I came up with the build scripts where you just download the newest OS, run the build scripts, and you're good to go. Because it's very difficult to package this up with pre-built binaries that people can just copy and install. So
too many incompatibilities between systems.
yeah. So that's why in the background, what I've been doing all these years is I know what version of CoCoPi is out there. I know the base OS. I build the packages, and then I make those downloadable. As long as people are applying those updates on that OS, I know it's going to work. But again, going forward, I'll try to keep that pre-built one done. But for people that are interested in looking at these build scripts, Mark, I know I'll send you all the links too for the GitHub repo. People are more than welcome to take a look at what's in there. There's a lot, and I welcome people contributing to it. Again, I'm thankful to everybody that has done all these community projects that CoCoPi is based on. I give credit to all of them. I just assemble everything, but it really does make it nice one-stop shopping for a lot of development and for just playing games and things like that. There's a lot you can do. In fact, you guys can't see it, but I have a Raspberry Pi 5 back over there in the corner, and I have 3 USB to serial adapters in it, and I got it connected to my CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and I can kick between Pi drive wire hosting files for all, or FujiNet now, even regular Java drive wire. And if I want to throw an MC10 on it, I can do that as well. So it's all from one Raspberry Pi. So even just as a file server by itself, it's a great little thing to have. So
now here's the thing that I got to ask you.
Yes.
I have mine's older. It's a 3B plus, I guess.
Yep. A jalopy. Yep.
All right. Yeah, but the thing works, and I made a backup of the SD card. And what other things would I need? I mean, pretty much it's a finite system that doesn't have to do much more than like maybe this FujiNet, but it has software. I mean, it runs. I mean, what other things would I?
You don't have to get rid of it. No one has to get rid of the 3B plus yet. I mean, look, as some of these programs mature that we're running on the Raspberry Pi, some of the emulators and things like that, they may be a little more resource intensive, and it may not be the best performing on a Raspberry Pi 3 plus. Yeah. But the development side of it, the file hosting, like your Pi drive wires, thing like that, and honestly, it hasn't been bad. Even the latest version of MAME on Debian 12 on a Raspberry Pi 3B plus is great. XROR has always been very solid. Performance has always been very good.
Thank you, Kieran.
Peter's TRS-80GP, that's another emulator that's been added in recent months, and I'm thankful to them for their project. And he was nice enough way back when I asked about an ARM build, and he, that was kind of like a testing thing for him, but he made that available to me early on, and now he continues to add that to the his package.
That's the Model 1 and 3 and 4 that can run
MC10 and CoCo 1
it
2.
It is, but right, he added MC10 and his CoCo emulation, not 3, but it's great. And
it is.
He's got solid development.
Is that George Phillips emulator?
Yes. Or George. Yeah, George. Yeah. I don't know if his brother. I know it's him and his brother. But that's got a solid debugger in it too. So that's another option for people if they're going to be doing development. So
yeah, just as a bit of a sneak preview, there's a show in Chilliwack, BC. Well, actually, I think it's in New Westminster, BC. I don't know if Ken's gonna be able to make it or not, but George Phillips is actually one of the guest speakers at it. So if anybody has any questions and they're in the Vancouver area, I would suggest going to that June 22nd.
Oh yeah, no,
We'll give details in the news part.
Yeah, that's a great emulator. Great guys.
He's also regular on the Trash Talk podcast too.
Yep.
So here's what I thought. Here's what I thought you'd say to me, Ron.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take those 2 SD cards and set them aside. Put a new SD card in. Put the new stuff on it. If it works, fine. If it doesn't, fine. And
exactly.
I guess the best part about it is, may it run a little more efficient than the other ones?
Some things run better under 64-bit, even with the 3B plus and its limited RAM. Not everything. I've done quite a bit of testing with it. I still recommend, if people can, to upgrade, but I realize Pis are not necessarily always easy to get, and if they are, they're not as cheap as they once were. But that's why, again, this project's kind of opening up to other platforms. So Ron, to your point, it's easy enough to swap out an SD card. SD cards back in the day, I remember telling people, you need a 16, gig card. And I remember that was like a big, holy cow, back in 2017, people didn't want to spend the money. And I get that. But the reality is that this stuff takes up a lot of space. I throw a lot of stuff on it, and SD cards have come way, way down, at least when you're for the Pi. So
I just got a 32 gigs for the show coming up here, and they were $11 and some odd cents on Amazon. And these are Samsung EVO 32 recommendation a couple of years ago for the Pi 4. Hey, Ron, I have about 5 things to pitch you when you get a chance.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Okay, number one, I'm pretty good at building the stuff, and I know I've helped you a little bit with the GCC compiler for the CoCoPi. So I'm willing to join your team for building these things in the background. I actually have 2 Pi 3Bs and 2 Pi 4B with the 4 gig, and so basically build platforms. If you need to build something, we got more CPUs to run.
Great, actually.
So one thing that occurred to me is that, like any sort of distro of Linux, they make pre-built binaries of the various packages, and they put them in whatever their distro thing is, and they create what's called a PPA. Theoretically, we can make basically a variation of the Pi Debian that has PPA with all the pre-built packages and send them up with a PPA. So when you download and install the image, then it also has a reference to our repo. So when you kick out a new version of XROR, all I got to do is an update, and it just pulls the new XROR, downloads it, installs it.
I actually talked to Tormod about that. He's got a repository.
Yeah, he's done that about
for a PPA repository for quite some time, and he does that with some of the CoCo community project stuff. And it's been something I'm very interested in, because all the heavy lift compiling is all done on those back-end systems.
Yeah, exactly.
I have not delved into it to see how.
Okay, well, I'd be willing to help you do that too, because I think that'd be cool. Because
great.
Then people can just do updates like they would any other Linux system. They don't have to build it from scratch. And then again, of course, the scripts to build everything from scratch is also handy too. So yeah, I think multi-tiered approach. Install image that you build every 6 months or whatever, that has all the latest whatevers, and then all those are built as individual packages and available to download for people that already have it installed. So instead of installing a whole new image, they can just do the updates just like you would any other Linux or Windows system. And then of course you could build it from scratch with your own, Raspberry Pi OS or any other OS that runs on Raspberry Pi or on any other Linux system. So,
Mark, there's several comments in the chat, because I'm not as familiar with Linux as you two there. I figured you might as well read them out and then comment on them, from 16, Peter Willard, and some others.
Let's see here. I'm not an expert, but I'm getting to becoming one. Peter Willard says you can even use your old NVMe drives now with the Pi 5. Oh, okay. Those are a solid state drive, if I recall.
One of the struggles with the Pi, and I've seen this over the years, is SD cards. They just die a violent death when you're doing a lot of things like compiling all the time.
10-4.
I keep backups, I do whatever I have to do, but yeah. So anything that people want to do for some type of alternate storage, again, the Pi was always supposed to be an inexpensive platform, and it is. And for a lot of people, that's not going to be a problem. But for people that are constantly doing disk IO and everything else, yeah, it's nice to have a better option now, and something faster too. Yep.
60's comment about build systems that downloads more stuff would probably make me twitch a bit. Yeah, especially when you don't know what everything's doing. One thing.
Yeah, if you saw his last comment, he kind of expands on that.
Right. One thing about it is, though, you can control, and the way Ron has the stuff set up so far is you can control either bits and pieces or the whole thing. And the thing is, with the build script, you can see exactly what it's doing. I mean, it goes, you either use curl or wget, and you fetch something down, and then you expand it, and then you just execute it. So, I mean, if you don't like it, just comment it out.
That was the other thing too. So I know a lot of people, and Nick, I'm going to call you out because I know you've mentioned it too, like with MAME. I do like MAME a lot. It's such a huge project, right? And it's going to break things from version to version. Unfortunately, it just happens. So one of the things in these build scripts, by the way, that I'm talking about, they're mostly Bash, which is like a shell that is very common to use in like a Linux environment.
Yeah.
And the size of the script, some are very small, some are larger. A lot of it is me just doing some error checking and things like that, just to make sure it's not going to stomp on anything when it does an upgrade. But the one thing I do with all the build scripts for all these projects is the first thing it does, it looks for an existing folder where it's built and it makes a backup of it. So if you need to roll back to anything, it makes it very simple. And that was a key thing for me, because with MAME, with the CoCoPi project, I always keep the previous binaries, and people can remove them if they want, but it's there, and there's a menu option to select the default MAME. So then you don't have to keep going in and manually doing stuff. You just select the default version of MAME, and then when you launch any of the scripts to do anything with it, it's using that older version. And I've had to fall back on that many times. I do it with XROR sometimes, not necessarily because of big problems or anything, but it's set up for all of them. For XROR, MAME, TRS-80GP. I think I do it for Pi DriveWire, which there hasn't been any real updates in that for some time, but
year or so.
It's something nice to have, and they can all coexist. That's the other thing too. It's not like you're having an issue by having all these on there other than just space. They don't interfere with one another. So
well, I got to tell you something to interrupt a little bit. When I use my Linux laptop, I must say it's gotten a whole lot better updating, like some of the browsers and stuff that needs updating, by giving you a warning that, you know, they would like to do that, and then running the script or whatever you're running, and then being able to see it all happening, you know, and you're watching all the text go by and stuff. That stuff has gone so smoothly now compared to like the older days of you put Linux in, and then you know, they're asking you to do stuff that I don't have any clue. You know, I have to go online and try to find out what the words are to make it commanded to do things, you know, even the update, you know.
Oh, but that was the fun part of being an early adopter.
Right, but now all you have to know now is make install. Okay, it's installed now. How do I start?
Now you don't even have to do that for half the stuff.
You know,
all GUI based.
I do want to clarify though that I don't want people that are listening to this to think that they have to be Linux experts necessarily, or
that's the thing.
All this stuff.
Yep.
I'm still going to do my best to offer that pre-built image and make easy updates, but it can be as flexible as you want, and people can go in and customize stuff. There's a lot of time I've spent on a lot of these scripts doing things, and there's some good learning experiences there. I will tell you that when I first was exposed to OS 9 many years ago as a young man, and I'm not sure where that person is anymore, but anyway, it was very foreign. It was very foreign to me, the whole operating system. But now that I've had many years of exposure to Linux, now I can appreciate just how advanced OS 9 was. So Ron, you know, if you do learn a little bit of Linux, I don't know how much you tinker with OS 9 or Nitrous 9, but there are some common things there as far as conceptually that make it not so foreign. So it's kind of neat to take those new challenges on of learning something. So
yeah, I do, you know, as retarded as I am, sorry, I think you can say that about yourself, right? But I'm sorry that I interrupted MarkO.
Okay, I have a couple more points to
no, not at all. Whatever questions are out there, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, Peter Willard said Snap might be a better option over PPA. As a Ubuntu user primarily, I have mixed feelings about Snap. I've heard some very negative things about it. Maybe there's some stuff I need to look into about it, but I'm more comfortable with the PPA, just, you know, pulling stuff from the archive. It's essentially just like when you, well, basically from what I can see is the stuff on the PPAs are the source code pulled from wherever, GNU or whatever, and then there's built for that platform, right, so that all the libraries are compatible. So personally, I'm more comfortable with that than Snap. Snap's a little, I mean, I do appreciate the security Snap updates on Ubuntu. So nice to have it do updates in the background, and then when you reboot, everything gets committed, but you're still secure all the time. But anyway, so there might be something there with Snap. And it's
Snaps,
60. What?
Snaps are wicked convenient. The one thing that I don't like about Snaps is you have to resort to an incantation to give them access to anything that's not on the home file system that they're installed on. So if your home directory is on a different file system than the Snap directory is on, good luck getting anything off of there. And the other thing that I don't like about Snaps is that they are they're containerized units and such, and as such, they add complexity overhead, and they add extra points of failure. Now, given this is good for security, having them containerized, having them not have access to things, this is good for security. But if I'm running something like main, or if I'm running something like GIMP, or if I'm running something that I need to be able to have access to wide and disparate directories throughout my file systems, plural, then snaps are just a royal pain.
It's true. That's one of the biggest reasons I haven't adopted or tried to adopt it, is because, for example, if you're running MAME or XRO or whatever, and you want to interact with the Becker port and use Pi DriveWire or DriveWire, if you were to have a snap version of MAME, I'm not even sure if there's one available, but it's so isolated, it is containerized, and it will not talk to that Pi DriveWire that you may have had.
That defeats the purpose.
And it just severely limits everything. And the file system things that you talked about, it's exactly right. You're isolating yourself. Again, from a security perspective and being able to just remove it from your device or whatever, it's very simple, but there's always a trade-off. So that's why I'm not saying there wouldn't be a use case for it. I'm just in the back of my head just trying to think of what that might be, but that's one of the biggest reasons I never went that direction.
Let's see. That's this thing I was pitching, is that maybe we make a distro of make a CoCoPi a distro in itself, and be able to load stuff automatically, and then find. It sounds like Henry might be able to help out a little bit with building stuff on. If he's got some Pis, like I said, I got 2 Pi 3Bs and two 4Bs with 4 gig that could be used for build platforms. So it's just start cranking stuff out. So I'm willing to help. This is something cool.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, like I said, I think we can meet all those needs. We can have you have the script that you have that can just take a blank image or whatever and just add the stuff to it, or pre-built bits and pieces, or a whole built image. And like I said, you only need to build that image every 3 months, 6 months, but only when updates have come out every so often.
Yeah, I think it's major changes to the underlying libraries that make up the OS itself.
Right. Yeah, I'd say in the meantime, if we were to build just for each of the platforms on whatever OS it is, Debian 12 or 11 or 10 or whatever, then having just the binary already pre-done and just loaded, as a through the normal process apt-get stuff, then that would meet the need of being able to update that one application and not touch anything else.
Right. Right.
I got something else that's a little concern. Like if I was to put CoCoPi on my Linux machine, and then the Linux machine wants to upgrade its OS, is it going to touch my stuff? You know what I mean?
Anything is part of CoCoPi, but if there's like a major change to a lot, usually with that, when you do in-place upgrades, I mean, that's always been there, right? So even with CoCoPi today, if you were to download one of the distributions I've put out and you do the normal updates for it, I haven't seen really anything break because of it.
Okay.
Because it doesn't do these huge, well, I guess it could.
Well, I've had machines in the past that will ask me if I want to get the latest new, next number of operating system,
right?
And I hit yes without thinking, and then it takes a while, and then I have a different machine, and everything's different.
The Ubuntu solution to that is the long-term release, the LTR release.
Yeah.
If you get one of those, the features won't change, nothing will change. It will be security fixes only. So whatever you've got will run until that long-term release dies, which is what, 5 years?
5 years.
Well, that's cool,
Yeah,
but
3 years.
some people
3 years
don't
for
learn
general
that till later.
updates, 5 years for security updates.
So if it's really important to you that your legacy app keeps running, you use that version, and it doesn't get changed until it falls off a cliff.
Aren't most people like that though? Over years and years, you have apps that you want to keep using.
Honestly, if the old versions of CoCoPi, before I went back to using the GUI desktop that's included with these OSs, remember the old days, it was just console based. That'll still run on your CoCoPi 3B Plus if you have it on an SD card. There's nothing, as long as it's doing what people want, there's no need to necessarily update.
Right.
Yeah, but we have that in our mind from everything that we have been raised
Only
with.
Windows users.
But you don't have it. So much you're going to do on your. That's the one thing, Ron, I think you put out there once in a while. You joke about how no updates since whenever, and
Yeah.
yeah. So, yep.
That's because the other guys have done it.
So,
So I
Ron,
just
just as an FYI,
Yeah.
I will routinely and regularly use a 42-year-old typesetting system. It is compatible with all the source files that were written 42 years ago. We'll typeset them just fine. And I use it today.
Cool.
It's called Tech.
I keep telling my wife, just because I'm old doesn't mean I'm obsolete or bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You mean you're not doing everything in color script set?
No, I never actually learned color script set, surprisingly enough. That's why I want to have it on Game On Challenge. I want to increase my score.
Do a form letter. Merge form letter.
Oh, there we go.
Way to steal the thunder on this week's game.
So Ron, does your wife ask you how much you would have actually made had you done all this work for money?
Yeah, let's not talk about money or budgets or anything with a hobby. Oh my God, it's true. All those memes you see of people sneaking in stuff through the back door or this and that. That's pretty much how it has to go. No, it's yeah. No one does this to make money, or at least nothing meaningful. I mean, I know there's people that are trying to recoup. I shouldn't say that. There are projects out there where you're selling something to make money, but so much of this is labor's a love for people, and that's why as my budget allows, I try to contribute to some of those projects and support people and this and that.
Well, we appreciate what you do.
Do people climb Mount Everest for the money?
I just want to be clear again, man. This whole CoCoPi thing is just, there's just tons of people that are part of it. I don't even like taking credit for anything because it's nothing I've done. It's all these other community projects that we're so thankful for. So
yeah, but you're here and they're not.
You're the manager. You get to take credit for that.
Exactly.
Any other questions from anybody, or has there been any in the chat?
Some comments about installing stuff on a Chromebook from Mark Siegel, and talking about Gentoo. As I recall, Gentoo isn't everything built from source. Literally, the system is like a bootstrap that pulls the source down and builds it at that moment. So when you get
in the old days, your bootstrap was like you basically cross compile the compiler, and then you start compiling. You literally have to bootstrap the thing. But Gentoo's gotten a lot easier over the years. When I installed it first time in 2006, I had what was called a stage 3, and that gave me enough binaries to be able to just start installing things and upgrading things.
Yeah, I've only played with the Red Hat ones in the last 20 years, and then Ubuntu and a little Debian and Raspberry Pi. So
I'll tell you what gets interesting is when you have a couple of different versions on one machine. And then you have that little menu that comes up and you can pick one. But if you put the machine away for a while and then bring it out and you forget, and the one that didn't work's the first one.
Oh no, is my hardware broken?
Yeah.
So what's the takeaway, Ron, here? You're going to try to still build the images every few months?
Yeah, there's been enough push on that. So pre-built images, like I said, I normally do about I don't think I do them more often than every 12 months. There's really no need. If you grab the OS at the early part of its life, the comment about the long-term releases like your LTS and stuff, those are, that's probably a good strategy too, for not having to change stuff so much. But sometimes with these projects like MAME, there's build requirements that they're just not going to have the underlying libraries that you need no matter how long you run it for. And sometimes you just need to go on to the next thing. Now, granted, has there been a lot of CoCo changes in MAME? Well, I mean, we got
recently,
there's a couple developers in there that
the deluxe CoCo just got added.
Yeah, thankfully they maintain it and they add new things. So I'm always going to be a big fan of it, but I appreciate the other developers with XROR and TRS-80GP doing stuff.
I guess another reason that sometimes that we worry about upgrading or making sure we're the latest things going on is security stuff, right?
Well, that's one of the good things about the LTS versions, because like Ubuntu, it basically, they've committed to that 3 and 5 year update plan. And then also with the snap updates, if there's a 0-day exploit or whatever, your system downloads stuff pretty much automatically and patches it on the fly. You don't have to reboot.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not really imperative that you keep upgrading the OS. I'm actually one major version back. I'm running on 20.04 Ubuntu, and it keeps prompting me to upgrade to 22, but I haven't.
Yep.
And it would help because UG Basic, unfortunately, uses 3 or 4 things that are not at the latest level, or they're on the latest level, and so they won't build actually in my system without jumping through a bunch of hoops.
Yeah, and that's a fast moving project. So the scripts I have, and actually going back to, I think Mark, you might have mentioned it, even some of the scripts I have will build Debian packages, so people don't, I've added that in there as well. But yeah, UG Basic, that is the fast moving one for sure. Yep. So for anyone that has any questions going forward or whatever, I do hang out in Discord quite a bit. There is a
CoCoPi
channel in there. I'm not always in there, but I hang out there more than Facebook these days. So that's a great place to get a hold of me.
Do you have an email too if anyone wants to reach you about the project in particular, like a special email address?
Ron@kdomain.org. That's it. It's pretty simple.
So K is in the letter K, then domain.org?
Last name's Kline. They came up with a generic domain name years and years ago, and I'm just like, K-domain, right? And then I don't know why I just picked org. So there was really nothing there, but yeah, so that's an easy way to get a hold of me.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on and kind of updating us on that. I'm glad to hear that you are planning on still doing the Raspberry Pi builds, because I think there should be a level that should be for the beginner.
Yeah.
And like you were talking about, it's fairly easy to do these build scripts and stuff when they work, but you just mentioned like UJ Basic might bust, MAME might bust, which is what the beginners are going to hit, and they're not going to have a clue what to do.
Yep.
So having something that's pre-built and known to work, I think is a great idea. And I do understand you not wanting to expand that to all the other platforms you're going to try to include now, like the virtual Linux under Windows, etc. Like that's a lot of work to keep all that going, but have one little, ledge for people to ride on.
Yep, absolutely. All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much. I may hang out just for a little bit, and if that's okay. And
thank you for coming
can stay
on.
for the whole show if you want. It'll be like tomorrow by the time we're done. But
Who has that kind of time? Well, it's already tomorrow for some of us.
So
Pack
Rick
a lunch.
involved in it too, up in Milwaukee. I think you're up in Milwaukee, right? I know we got some potentially bad weather heading our way, and I know there's other folks that are affected by it. So at some point, I'll drop off the batten down the hatches for tonight. But yeah, hopefully anyone that is in any severe storm paths, I know yesterday was terrible. Hopefully you guys all make it through okay. So yep.
Thank you for coming on, Ron.
Sure.
Always appreciate chatting with you. We'll talk later at CoCoFest.
All right.
Yeah. Well, it's getting closer.
Closer.
Oh no.
And redder.
Weather radar.
Hasn't dropped tornadoes yet, but
and on with the rest of the show.
This could be an interesting
quick,
show.
next.
Yeah, we better get this quick now before Mark loses his internet.
Before Grant comes to his town.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Before he
what we
comes to
don't
dinner.
want.
Let's see. We're gonna do project updates next, or do you want to take a break?
I do project updates because I don't mind doing
Yeah.
a ton of those, and we'll do the break after that.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
so let me turn on. Oh, there it is. Hey, got the title. Okay, Henry, you're up.
All right, awesome. Let me see what I've got going on here. I need to click probably that button. There we go, and we will. Oh, that's right. That's supposed to be happening. I'm looking at the what? Oh,
We see your OBS.
Looks interesting from this
yeah,
end.
I see my OBS too. Okay, I think I
Yes,
see what's going
and
on.
your OBS sees your OBS. And
All right, I see what's happening with that.
Is that
Okay,
bad?
I need to move this up here, I think. And that might, no, that still didn't do it. All right, never mind. We're going to do this. We're just going to go to that camera, I think. And we're going to go to, which view is it? I need
Focus.
That
Or
view.
is it,
All right, great. So I've loaded HDBDOS. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead, and this is with the FujiNet device that I had already flashed and everything like that.
Ooh,
Let's
deload
see,
M.
that should be there. And if I start my monitor over here, not that one.
That says deload.
Yeah, it does say deload.
Deload M.
I thought we were doing cassette stuff at first.
It
No,
was.
it's over the serial port.
So I've
Yeah.
deloaded it. And now the next trick is going to be switching out the serial cable from high drive wire to the FujiNet itself. And the FujiNet still appears to be alive. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and hit enter and, oh, not enter. Let's exec it. This should see and try to load. There it goes, HDBDOS, and it's loading the config. And the config stalls. It doesn't do anything. And I'm like, what in the world's going on? How is this even going? How is this even working? So let me get to that back.
Is there a magic key somewhere?
There is not, strangely enough. So I'm going to switch over to another camera while I go ahead and get deloading taken care of on the other version of HDBDOS. He says, trying to move very, very quickly. Let's see. Make
What
sure
happens
my
when you
drive
don't come to
wire's up.
rehearsal?
That's a
Yeah.
pretty CoCo too.
Okay. Okay. All right. I guess it's you. There we go. Okay, now that's working. Okay, so now I can go back over to here and cut to that. Do a quick turn it off and back on again. And let's see, DWCC2 is that one. Comma 1.
You got an extra 2
All
in
right.
there?
That should, oh, it helps if I do a deload enable.
Isn't your file name too long?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think an extra 2 on there or something.
Okay. Yeah, so well, it found it. It doesn't really matter. It's because it's telling me, it's showing me on my it's showing me over here
console
that I've got DWCC2 being loaded. So all right. So while that's loading, let me make sure that I can see what I'm doing, because aside from this beauty right over here, which is the original one, I had reflashed it to make sure that I've got the most recent firmware on it. And I also made sure that when I reflashed it, I put on the, I forced the baud rate, because with the new one, the baud rate is supposed to track with what ROM you've selected. So with that in mind, I got a couple of goodies. Let's see, bits and pieces and parts and bits and bobs for one of these bad boys that I have no idea how to use, but I'm going to figure out eventually.
We can help you. I have the older version.
They're easy.
Okay, and
I have one of those.
along with that, where did I put those little bags of wonderful things? Ah, here we go.
Yeah,
I got these bad boys, which I'll go ahead and use, and I'll bring all this to CoCoFest with me, because why not?
I'm going to bring mine.
Okay, dog.
And over off camera, I also have the UV lamp that is supposed to do the job of erasing them in case they're not actually erased already, which given that you never know where you get these new old stock things from, and they're probably not new old stock, that wouldn't surprise me at all. And the, as it were, pièce de résistance for the French-speaking friends I have out there. Please forgive my pronunciation. Je ne parle pas français. I have acquired 10 of these, and this is the Rev Tripolot. This is the one that will actually take the cartridge raw.
Ooh,
It will load. I mean, you put your ESP32 right there. I don't have a 3D printer, so I don't have cases for these, but I'm sure that the STLs are out there somewhere in with the rest of the with the rest of the GitHub stuff. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want one of them for one, but two, if you already have the HD, does it use the regular HDBDOS or does it use its own custom version of it?
That's the thing. I'm not sure. And by now it should be loaded. If I go back, yep, it's done.
Yeah, because I have a internal drive wireless board that I have, and
So
it
I'm not.
puts the ROM inside the machine.
Yeah, I'm not sure which version of HDBDOS it's using. Now, again, I'm bootstrapping via deload. And in bootstrapping via deload, there's just, I mean, I'm sorry, I got to switch things out real quick. There's, I mean, you got to find the one that actually works with it. And the one that works with it, that one that I just deloaded in, actually comes in from the firmware image. Like, that's where I found it. And I'm like, okay, let me try this and let me see if it works. So now I've got that thing plugged in, powered up, everything like that. And my monitor program can go ahead and see that. So let me do an exec and see what happens. Okay, for whatever reason, it's not seeing it. I don't know why. That would be why, because I don't have it plugged in. So let's try this. All right, it sees it. Loading it, and I'm watching the monitor, and it's running through, and it's doing everything that it's supposed to be doing. And Wi-Fi is enabled. It's scanning for networks, and it's not going to find an. Okay, so it found the networks, and I didn't turn on my network that I use for this one. That's off my cell phone, but there it is. It's up and it's running. And so the basic thing that I want to say with this is the reason it wasn't working is ultimately because I was using the wrong version of HDBDOS. So that was a very, very, let's see, I need that one. And now I need to go to cut. There we go. That's better. That was really the most frustrating bit about it is I didn't realize that it was version specific. There's like there's not much different in the sizes of the files, but for whatever reason, the HDBDOS version that I had from the HDBDOS that I've been using from the HDBDOS packages, that one didn't work. That was version 1.3, but version 1.5 does. So, Sloopy, to answer your question, if you got version 1.5, it might just work.
Okay. Yeah, there's 3 basic versions of HDBDOS for DriveWire. There's one for the CoCo 1 that runs at 38.4. Then there's the one that for the CoCo 2 that runs at 56, and then the one for the CoCo 3 that runs at
115.200.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah. So I had pulled down the one of the versions and put it over into a file that could be deloaded over, and it turned out to be what it showed on the boot splash screen was HDBDOS version 1.3. But the one that I pulled over from the FujiNet side showed HDBDOS version 1.5. Both were CoCo 2 versions.
Yeah.
But the 1.5 version worked. The 1.3 version didn't.
Yeah, the 1.3 is a few years old. 1.5 is current, if I remember correctly, because in my internal DriveWire boards they have 1.5.
Okay. Yeah, so if you're running 1.5, you should be good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll be bringing those boards with me to CoCoFest. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I definitely want to get one of those in addition to the one that I have, because I'll probably be putting the one that I have into a CoCo 1 that I have.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So yeah, because
basically
that's it. Cool. If you connect the FujiNet directly to the PIA in the CoCo 1, you'll be able to use the CoCo 2 and then be able to run it at 50 whatever it is.
Ah, ain't that a peach?
Yeah, it's the bus transceivers on the CoCo 1 that prevent it from going above 38.4K.
Gotcha.
Yeah. When we're not here, when we're offline, contact me on Discord, and I'll show you because the drive wirelessly runs at 56K on my CoCo 1.
Nice. Okay. Well, that's what I had.
Can
I'm
I?
glad you got it working because I know that was frustrating you last week.
Yeah.
It's good to know what it was.
Could I jump in with a unplanned one?
Sure.
Okay. Let me find my unplanned plan. So I got a demo from Henry Strickland. He's been working on something. So we'll boot up the CoCoIO at his place and go into his test and launch. This is remote HDBDOS over the internet.
Ooh.
Well, of course, this one's a local laptop, so the internet is instant. But it's not much slower at a distance.
But it doesn't have to be a laptop. It could be on a server somewhere out there.
It could be out there. Yeah, it could be over the internet. You don't need to do it at
CoCo
home.
in the cloud.
Yeah, cloud everything. Let's make it all cloudy. And, you know, we've got directories and everything. So anyway, he's obviously very close to having this work as well as OS 9 levels 1 and 2. So good times. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because...
Is that server stuff on the GitHub stuff?
Yes, if you chase down all the links in my website or
I will.
Having
By the
trouble
way,
expressing myself properly, but yeah, if you chase down the links, it goes to, you can download the server code, Lemma server, you can run your own server, call it something else, please, and stick it on the internet if you wanted to. And oh yeah, one other thing I'll pull up while I've got the floor. Remember when you could go to Radio Shack and buy most anything? Well, in Wisconsin, that means you could go to Radio Shack and buy a VHF marine transceiver because we're on Lake Michigan. And, you know, it has the proper national, international channels. And...
That straight up looks like one of those old icons. You know what I'm talking about?
It probably, I mean, they didn't make it, so it very well might be.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the kind of thing you could pick up at the radio. You know, your yacht lady says, on the way to the club, we need to pick up a transceiver for the yacht. You could go to Radio Shack and do that. So.
Hey, Rick, I put one of your CoCoIOs with the ROM on my birthday list, and my brother-in-law got me one. So thank you very much.
I saw that come in, and I didn't say anything because I suspected that might be the case.
Good.
I'll be picking mine up next weekend.
It was a surprise until he handed it to me. It's like, oh, cool, you did get this. So.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there any other project updates or acquisitions?
Well, I do have an acquisition.
Okay, Bob. Mark, can you zoom up, Bob?
I can.
Uh-huh.
Testing. Yeah.
As soon as I find him,
Bob
there he is.
de-zoomed himself. What's going on?
Did I?
There he is.
All right. So yeah, I guess it's a little. See if I can fix the light. Not too much. But I got my SVI cast finally from Australia. This is actually the second one because the first one disappeared in the mail. But it works, and Duncan actually went through the CoCo archive wave files and basically corrected levels on them and made them to where they work and are compatible. So like I literally went through this and did what wouldn't work before. I did the Disney interactive software where it plays some downloads data and then it plays audio off the cassette, and
That kind of
works
interleaves the
with this
code
now.
with or code and data with actual audio samples. And
Yeah, so that works with this now. You still have to do it as a wave file rather than a cast file for files like that, but
yeah, so the whole
other
thing, including the data, is an audio file, basically.
right. Well, he sent a CD with all of those, the things that he converted. Mainly he did the educational stuff, maybe games too, but I may need to upload that to the Color Computer Archive to have better quality wave files. I don't know if anybody else has an issue with them, but and then he also has updated this the SVI cast, and you no longer need to modify your cassette cable with a resistor in it anymore. So this is actually a brand new cassette cable that I built. And if you notice, molded ends, none of those cheap looking screw-on connectors.
Hey, Bob, your postal worker wants to show you how his is working.
Yeah, I'm sure. Or one of my neighbors probably wants to buy a cable.
Yeah.
So these are officially available? This is not like a beta that was for you to test or anything?
Well, I mean, they've always been available. But yeah, he sent me this and wanted my feedback on how it's working for me now. So I'll be doing that. Probably do another video. But it's pretty nice. I can't hook it up to this machine because it's using my PD power, and that's how I had to use a 9-volt PD trigger to get power into this right now because I don't have a 9-volt wall.
So does that have an SD card slot or something, or is it all built in?
SD.
Oh, okay, there it is.
And
so you just copy your WAV files to that, then you can run any multimedia stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually in the battery lid. There's no batteries, but yeah. Pretty neat little unit.
Cool.
And then I guess we'll probably be talking about this later in project updates. Some of you have already seen my SCART adapter. That's basically the SCART to HDMI converter box with a cable built on to put it inside the case. And this little board here, the interface board, is what I have kind of tweaked to put on the variable resistors and some higher value capacitors. And actually on my newest one, I don't even use electrolytics. I've got the little black like monolithic capacitors, maybe 10 Lemma, I don't know.
And that's the part that's the video that you released this week is based on that, and then you've got a follow-up video doing some comparison stuff, I think.
Yeah, I'll be doing that probably this week. So these are the capacitors I have on the bottom side of the board now. So they fit a little easier than the huge electrolytic.
Right.
The same thing that I don't know if any of you saw the Retro Channel's video on composite quality and eliminating jail bars and all that stuff, but he basically explained kind of the exact same stuff that I went through, only much more logically.
Yeah, he covered RGB too in that one, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. And
yeah, actually I've got that one mentioned because it's a general, I mean, it's not CoCo specific, that video, but it's in general how to deal with RGB and composite signals. It's a really good tutorial.
Yeah, and it had exactly the same issues that I was seeing, and like kind of the same capacitor solution, although he went with electrolytics again, but I went with a higher value capacitor just like he did.
Right.
So was it because of him you fixed it?
No, his video just came out a couple days ago, and mine just came out yesterday. Like I was watching his, and I'm like, wow, I wish I could have seen this a month ago.
Right? Saved me a lot of trouble.
Bunch of time.
Now you can go under the great minds think alike thing, I guess. So
yeah. But yeah, this is actually, I have the latest one already in here with the new capacitors. I can switch over.
So it's real clean.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's real clean.
And no jail bars at all there.
No, when you first turn it on, there's like a little bit of waviness in there, like diagonal.
Is that with the little SCART converter box and is trying to figure out the signal or something?
And then once it's been on for a few minutes, maybe it just needs to warm up, but they just clears right up. Yeah.
Cool.
see. If
Yeah, it looks pretty rock solid. There's no waves. There's no bars.
Yep. I do the levels.
Yeah, just the tiniest bleed, which awesome.
Yep. And then
That looks really good.
for one of those little cheap converter boxes, yeah.
That is the point.
Yep.
Bob, you've been doing this stuff for a long time, haven't you? Have you noticed as time's gone on, you know, some of the hardware you get is actually kind of cheapo and doesn't work as well as it used to?
Oh yeah. Or the other thing I find is that if I replace something older that failed, the newer one might be better quality even.
Huh.
Which, for example, these
Might have
SCART
all the
converter
updates on it.
boxes. Yeah, who knows? The SCART converter boxes, one thing I hear people talk about a lot is how long the notification stays up when it changes resolution or something.
Oh, right. And that's been fixed.
But they're on the newer boxes, that's a lot shorter. It's like 3 to 5 seconds.
People
Maybe we
listen
should
to
make
the
an
users?
option that you can just shut that off.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah, but
But
they're
then-
listening. Yeah.
But then there's a new issue that where you have your no signal box that used to bounce around. Now it's just static in the center of the
It
screen.
just sits right there.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. No signal.
So trade-offs, I guess. That's the same. Okay. That was the one I wanted.
How hard is it to change that little SDX that comes up?
The splash screen?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty easy.
Is it? I mean, what size is it? 128 by.
Yeah, it's literally this Semi-Graphics 4 screen, I guess.
Okay.
It's 64 by 32. So let's see. I can show you. I wrote a program that modified it from the original. So if you go to SDC Explorer disk, how do I unmount it?
Just do it again. You know, control, was it Shift 1?
Shift M.
Shift 1.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so you can see I have flash.org, which is the original, and then this is the program I wrote that basically I literally just poked locations into it. I didn't have a drawing program for it, and then that's the updated one that I have. So if I quit, I think it'll still load this. I guess I got the wrong address on there. Okay.
Spelled wrong.
Yeah, spelled load 'em wrong.
Never done that before.
Neither have we.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point I always want to patch the ROM to accept either spelling.
God, that would
Anything close should work, right?
That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
All right.
I know somebody for OS9 did list LSIT because he typed it wrong so many times he created an alternate version.
He did.
Oh,
Yeah, basically I just changed some of the traces to yellow, and I changed the X
so
from
that
red
is
to blue.
a bitmap. That's a
That's
line of,
standard semi-graphics for
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
our
the basic,
text
the
screen.
built-in when you turn the computer on, that's the same mode.
so that's built by one block after another being put up instead of
Characters.
Yeah. 32 by 16 characters, including
And
semi-graphics for.
I definitely took advantage, like where there's two dots that are green, you only have to poke one of them to yellow because it'll only be one color. So if I
All right.
Isn't this called hacking?
So this is, I wrote data statements with X and Y coordinates and a color. Okay, so I use P set, not poke. Or set rather, not P set.
Yeah, this is the same realm as changing your the three banditos.
All right, let's see. Okay.
Oh.
You can see every little step that it takes.
Cool.
Then I don't want to save that because it's
right. You're
for
fun,
some
Bob.
reason I did not save the finished version. But you could also, and I've been meaning to do this actually, write like a joystick based graphics screen for that drawing program for that semi-graphics mode.
There's an online one, I think, that already does that Simon pointed out to us a couple years ago.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out because that would be a little easier than how I did this.
And there was a commercial program, I can't remember who made it, but it was one that did all the semi-graphics like 12, 24, 4, 8.
Yeah. And I like the semi-graphics because of all the colors.
Yeah.
But
Cool.
yeah,
Well, we'll be covering your video up here shortly.
Sweet.
Well,
I'll
once we
get
to
the
news
other
anyway.
computer ready.
Shortly, and what he means by shortly is within the next
Well, shortly
6
in
hours.
CoCoNation terms, about
Yeah,
4
yeah.
hours from now. Yeah.
Before tomorrow.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Not a
maybe.
guarantee.
It's already tomorrow in Australia, so we've
That's
already
right.
missed.
Nick Marentes is
He's having a nap.
yeah.
Anybody else got any project updates or acquisitions
I got
that
stuff,
they
but
want to reveal before the fest anyway?
no, I'm not going to show none of the stuff. You can go to my Ron's Garage, either place.
That's the way to self-promote.
Yeah.
Well, I can self-promote that I'll be at tables 2 and 3 at CoCoFest next weekend.
And free shipping for pickup at CoCoFest, right?
Right.
Yeah, anything you buy at CoCoFest that I physically
Free
hand to you is
shipping.
0 shipping charge.
Just don't sip at UPS.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I think we should go to a commercial break. Did you want to do the Game On Challenge stuff next there, Ken, or if you're around?
No.
So Game On Challenge is next, whether Ken likes it or not, and we'll do a commercial break.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Binman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Belbos says, "Hi, my name is Michael H. Got the invite here from Sloopy. I have been into computers since a young age. I collect and play with all the retro PCs I never had back in the day. My wife Diana and I now run the Tech Dungeon. We make products for retro computers. My wife does the 3D design and I do the printing, hardware, and software. Happy to be here and talk retro." Nick3092 says, "Recently picked up a CoCo 3 a couple weeks ago. Long-time Apple II and x86 user, expanding my horizons. Mostly playing games, general tinkering, and demos, mostly C64 and Amiga where the demo scene is amazing. A friend of mine linked me to the server." A misuse of nomenclature says, "Your name? Genevieve. Your systems? TRS-80 Model 1 Level 2, and an Apple II. Possibly a TRS-80 Model 100 if it's found. How do you retro? I turn them on occasionally. Attempt to use them, my friends find them interesting. Where did you hear about us? Searched for years until I found the Reddit. Looking for? I like pre-World War II electronics. This stuff is new for me, but interesting still since it's early for PCs." The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Micro Hobbyist Frederick, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Bootskell. We had a total of 14 players. We had Mark B with 950, MarkO with 1720, Strict9 with 2120, Low Level 3000, Retro Rick 3050, Canadian Retro Things 3060, Mike 3080, Kasiran-san 3200, Sloopy Malibu 5190, Coconut Bob 5200, Shenley 5380, Jim Rye 5480, Tasman 9210, and this week's number one score is Dr. Ted with 13,570. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the Coco Nation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute.
Yeehaw.
Nah.
All right, so the game that ended this week was Bootskell. That was an Inufutu game, and saw just a message from Curtis a second ago asking if anybody played the MC10 version. Yes, I did. I don't know about anybody else, but
Did you post any scores?
Well, I just lumped them all together because I'm still recovering from my little trip last weekend, so I was a little tired.
And you got another one coming up.
Yep. Well, last weekend was it was a rehearsal. It was 21-hour straight drive, so
With Curtis?
That's about the same.
no, this one was with my sister, so
Did
Curtis
she
will be
talk
more
about Nitrous
exciting.
9?
Curtis will be more exciting because we'll be talking about Nitrous 9. My family, as soon as you get into a car and I start driving, they all just go to sleep.
Mm.
So I can't
So
even play
it's-
the radio.
So it's just like a discussion about Nitrous 9.
No,
pretty much.
it's worse.
It's an induced coma. That's what it is.
Because at least with the Nitrous 9 discussion, there's a buzzing going on that keeps me awake.
That annoying bee thing here. So-
If they're already asleep, then why can't you sleep too?
I keep trying, but then they get upset because the car goes off the road.
You got to use
Oh,
the
no,
cruise
no, no, no,
control.
no, no, no. You just end up in East St. Louis. That's all.
That's what cruise control is for, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, you steer now.
I mean, they're
That's
trying
what
to
it's
get the
for until you end
self-driving
up in a
ones.
cornfield.
Unfortunately, when you're driving along the coast, there's no cornfields. There's ocean.
Well, yeah.
I want to make it. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry.
Okay, I was just gonna say I want to make a quick mention. I did fix up the CoCo 3 version because it actually wasn't on the archive before, so I sent that up to him, and I think he's posted it now.
Yeah, it is. I saw it this morning.
So, yeah. What is there to say about Bootskell? It's a Pengo clone. There's obviously no reviews for it because, I mean, it was only made just like a year ago. So,
No excuse.
Well, then I guess we're
Sounds
going to
like
have to do
laziness
one
to me.
now.
And it's on 70 platforms.
yeah, it's on 70 platforms. So, I didn't look too closely. Does he have this on the Model 100?
No.
Because I know he's released a bunch of the games on the Model 100. So
Yeah, there's certain ones he releases on the Model 100, even the Model 103 for that matter, that will fit properly within that graphics resolution, and others he won't, or maybe it can't keep up to speed or whatever. But I haven't checked lately, so I didn't see if that particular one.
So have you checked Pixel Addict to see if there's any reviews?
no, I actually have not.
There are quite a few reviews of it, though, on various YouTube videos.
No.
I did list every platform that was released, that it has a release on the show.
Yeah, that was one of those annoying buzzing things going on in my ear. as Sloopy just read out the names of computers.
I am having some serious unladylike thoughts about you at the moment.
Good night, everybody.
Dark Alley, beware.
Yeah, and I think this isn't the newest game. The newest game I think is Aerial Attack by Unifuto. Is that right?
Yeah, it's something like that.
So they've
that
got
one
16 games out now,
Yeah, the newest one wasn't on the archive or anything, so I didn't choose it. So
or 10 in Hex if you want to do it that way.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. What did people think of this game as compared to other versions of Pengo out there?
I like the fact it has a CoCo 3 version because we haven't had one of Pengo before for the CoCo 3 with the extra colors and higher res. And the MC10, of course, it was great to have one another machine language compiled game for them.
So basically, when it comes to the actual gameplay, did you find it harder or easier or? I found it initially to be harder, but once you figured out the patterns of the ghosts and stuff, they stuck fairly closely to their.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably, well, it's definitely harder than Ice Master, which is a clone I don't think we've played yet. Pengon, I'd say it's probably, like you said, once you get used to the patterns, it's probably about equal to that. I do like the sound effects and the smoothness of the graphics on Pengon, obviously a bit better because it's created for the CoCo only, so they actually threw in some 4-voice music and stuff too. And there's a third one too. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's better than that one because that one was a little bit chintzy.
And I do.
So
know
now we've got
that,
4 Pengo clones on the CoCo.
I know that. Well, technically, you could count this one as 3 because there's an MC10 version, there's a CoCo 1.2 version, and a CoCo 3 version.
We've got 6 now. Yeah.
But I know some people were talking about how you can milk the score a little bit because you do get like 10 points for every block you destroy. So if you don't go and kill the ghost immediately, you can go around and destroy.
Try to kill all the blocks first and get all the extra points.
You only have to leave one ghost to not exit this the level. So
yeah,
leave a ghost, crush as many blocks as you can.
But I think it was Dr. Ted said that once if you accidentally destroy all the blocks, then it doesn't respawn any blocks.
Ooh,
because he did get caught at one point where you
gotta leave
he had to shut the game off because no blocks were respawning and the ghost can't kill you. So,
oh, that sounds like a bug.
So you get 100 times as many blocks. That's nothing. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah,
no, it's a decent little game. I mean, it's tile based like all the Infinity based games. You don't have like smooth, pixel by pixel movement or something, but
and like
they
most
played
of
a decent clip.
Like most of his games, it's 10 levels, and then it just starts repeating.
Yeah, I was surprised. Was it Tasman or was it somebody had mentioned that when they wrapped it, that basically it doesn't even get harder. Like it's the same number of ghosts. It doesn't get faster. Like it just literally repeats the 10 levels over and over again, which I found a bit surprising. I thought they'd at least speed it up or something.
Yeah, well, I guess once you get
free.
good
What do you
enough to
expect
beat
for free,
all
right?
yeah, once you get good enough to beat all 10 scores, 10 levels, then it's time to move on to his next game.
Yeah, aerial attack.
No Neutroid.
No, we said a
Thank
game.
God.
Boy, Nick is asleep. He didn't react to that at all.
Not a bit. Someone slap him.
So, does anybody have anything else to say about Bootskell?
I'd really like to know where the name came from. Like, is that some translation of something in Japanese that makes sense to Pengo? Or I don't understand where the name came from.
No idea.
I mean, he's had a few weirdly named games in that grouping, but he's had a few like aerial attack. Oh, that's self-explanatory.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one it means nothing compared to the game it's based on. So that did he just jumble letters together? I don't know.
Maybe it was just an attempt not to be sued by somebody that owns the
Oh, right, to Pengo. Could be. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to submit scores. I've been trying to catch up everything for the fest here. I was going to do it Friday and then I got sick and then I'd been trying to sleep it off because I really don't want to drive 21 hours and then another 10 the next day with a bad cold. So I'm going to try to get rid of it as quick as I can.
Excuses.
Okay.
But you don't have a co-driver.
I also didn't want to stomp Ken's scores again because I know he gets a bit miffed about that all the time. So
my score was easy to beat.
I did it for you, Curtis. It's
okay. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, just about everybody beat me.
Yeah, if I would have gotten 20 more, I would have been in the top 5.
Thank God Mark B plays because at least I can beat somebody.
Yeah, I think it's MarkO and I trade off or compete for bottom slot.
I wasn't going to insult MarkO, just Mark B.
That's okay. I'm not a game player really, so especially this.
So you must be a game developer because most game developers don't play games.
Yes,
it's because you're an Apple guy. That's why you're not a game player.
No, actually, Wolfenstein on the Apple. That was my thing.
I know Apple has some pretty good games.
And
that is where I first played Ultima and a Calibeth. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like Spy's Demise. That was a really good game on the Apple.
And Gorgon and Alien Typhoon and Star Blazer or Sky Blazer, depending on which version you had before they had to change the name for legal reasons.
It's the Apple version of the CoCoNation.
Asparagus.
Well, there is Infinito versions for the Apple, so that is applicable.
I don't think I saw one of this one though. Maybe there is now.
I thought there was.
I don't think for this one.
Oh, there wasn't. Oh, that's surprising.
didn't-
Because it should have been
I
able to
didn't-
handle that one pretty easy.
I don't remember Sloopy reading the
Yeah, Sloopy,
Apple name
out of the 70 you read, do you remember Apple II being part of it?
Yes, it was.
It
was? Okay.
I need to go download
Yeah,
it
I
then.
think it was.
All right. Well, yeah, Bootskell, another Inufuto game, which is really nice that he's got those coming out for the MC10, some machine language games for the MC10, plus some new games for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3. Now, the other game that we played this week, I have not had a chance to try. So, Sloopy, why don't you tell us about it?
Well, someone said, "Hey, did you pick a new game for the CoCoNation this week? The Game On Challenge?" And I said, "Oh, I'd have to do that, don't I?" And so I just started going through the list of games and finally found one that we hadn't played before. So I tried it, and hey, it wasn't half bad. So
That is basic too, isn't it? It's not even machine language. Yep.
You spun the wheel of games.
Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell us the moral that we should learn. And there it was. So.
So what's the name of the game, Sloopy? Are you still looking it up because you can't remember?
That's why I passed it on to Sloopy.
Today on Stalling for Time.
What were we talking about?
I just love calling him out on the spot like that. That's just part of my fun.
It was bad enough that I had to spend a week in the hospital because of COVID. Now
Crystal something.
I have to, Crystal Revenge. That's it.
By Owlware.
Yeah, by Owlware, and some guy wrote it.
Yeah, the owner of the company actually, the owner of Owlware did it because they used to do hardware for the CoCo too, like hard drive controllers, and then they end up selling. If you look at the late Owlware ads in Rainbow, they were actually selling PCs like 286s and 386s.
Yep.
I bought a memory upgrade from them.
Yeah. All I know is that I was looking for a playable game that wouldn't bring out the pitchforks and torches like Ken's been dealing with of late.
Hey, that's fun.
This seems like a good one. I'm allergic to pitchforks. Violence makes me break out in a rash of blood, so I don't like that.
Hey, I live in Canada, so most of you can't even bring your pitchforks across the border to come after me. So.
Yeah, but I remember when I made the game entry page for that one. I think it's kind of very loosely based on Missile Command. Is that kind of right?
You could say that
a little bit. Yeah.
In a if you turn Missile Command, let's see here, 90
Sideways.
degrees.
Right.
If you turn the play field 90 degrees. Not your missile bases, but the play field 90 degrees. Yeah, I guess you could call it a.
Because you have a little moving target sighting thing, and you have to shoot the things that are trying to hit your planet.
Yep.
So maybe bring up the gameplay from Thursday to.
I will bring that up in a second. I was
so we can see what you're talking about.
I just wanted to mention really quickly before we move on to that I see at 4:00 in the morning my time, Tasman posted a after score something on Bootskell, something that was too late to make the list, but he scored 22,100 and made it to stage 30. So.
Oh yeah, I made.
Yeah, it's too late. Doesn't count.
He wrapped it 3 times.
Disqualified.
No, he said, "I know it's too late, but here's a really good score that I got." So.
Yeah, that's why I didn't bother posting it because I was like, oh, it's too late to post a score. But I was able to get through all 10 levels, and I figured by the time I got to the 12th or 13th level, it was kind of pointless because it would continue on ad nauseum.
Yeah, it was like that game that Ken and I, Monster Maze, that once you kind of figure it out, you can go forever.
So here is the game on happening. And I'm sorry, you still have to look at Sloopy, even though.
Yeah, and for those on the video, if you look in the bottom row, the center one, that is Crystal's.
This one right here is Crystal Thingamabobby.
And you control that little circle, that's your sight, and you got to shoot the ships before they get to your planet. And if you get hit too many times or you get hit through a hole like that, you blow up and you die.
Yep.
It is kind of a hard game.
So just having watched it, I haven't tried it yet. It's not a bad basic game, really. Looks like
actually,
not a bad basic game.
The graphics are fairly nicely done. It's using artifacting, of course, so Nickel hated it. Did anybody try with the CoCo 3 double speed up poke? I was wondering if that would make it better, or would that make it too fast? Or
I think it already does that, because when you start, it asks you.
For the CoCo 3 poke or for the CoCo 1 and 2 speed up poke?
Both.
Oh, it does. Okay, somebody's patched it then, because the original version came out way before the CoCo 3 was announced.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it asks if you want to do the high speed CoCo 1, 2, or if you want to do a CoCo 3. And because I tried it on the CoCo 1 and then I tried it on the CoCo 3. And the CoCo 3 version seems to be very playable. Whereas 1, 2 with no speed up, it's very slow.
Yeah, with the speed up, it's probably not too bad, but it's only about a 30-40% speed increase.
Yeah.
And also during the show, I did sneak in the ColecoVision version of Bootskell. So.
Oh, how did that look? I didn't catch that part.
Honestly, we couldn't really tell.
Yeah, it looks like the CoCo 3 version, actually.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the ghosts look the same. The color was just slightly different, but it, really couldn't tell.
I would say my only complaint with the CoCo 3 version is that the controls are a little bit loose on it. Like, it tends to go in the wrong direction very easily if you don't have the joystick nicely centered.
Which game are you talking about here?
Bootskell.
It uses joystick? I thought it was keyboard only.
But for the ColecoVision.
Oh, okay.
You're just asking about the ColecoVision version. I said it looks fine, but it plays a little bit loose.
Okay. One thing I liked about Crystal Revenge here, it was just on the screen and just flashed off there, but it actually asked you at the beginning when you started up, is a ship on top red or blue? And then it adjusts the graphics internally, so you don't have to hit this reset like on the CoCo 1 and 2, hit reset repeatedly until you get the right phase for the artifact colors. It just switches the graphics before you start. There's a few commercial games that did that, but not enough of them as far as I'm concerned.
So this one up in the corner here, this is the ColecoVision version.
Oh yeah, it does look pretty close. Did it play background music?
Oh no, that's low level. Where's mine? Oh, this one in the middle. That's the ColecoVision version.
Yeah, that one moves smoother because he's not doing tile based. He's using hardware sprites, I would guess.
Yeah.
We'll have to get him to start making Super Sprite FM Plus versions.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you can get a hold of them.
71 platforms in. Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of them because I did want to mention a few bugs on a few of them. And plus, he keeps creating cassette versions. Now, I think Bootskell is one of the ones that if you just straight up load emmed and exected it, didn't usually crash, but some of the games do. Because, when you have a disk controller plugged in, everything shifts. And
well,
sometimes it ends up overwriting the code.
I don't know how familiar he is with the CoCo.
Yeah, I don't know if he is either.
Since he's Japanese, and if you go into any of his other parts of his website, everything is in Japanese. So I don't even know if he speaks English. So this is just something where he's throwing everything at the wall to the least common denominator to make it work and everything. So
yeah. Yeah, because doing background sound is a bit more complicated. You have to start, enabling FIRQs and self-modifying code to get the speed up and blah, blah, blah. So.
Have you tried sending him a something that's like translated into Japanese?
I haven't even found an email address to send him something.
Yeah,
I can't find it on his site anyway.
There's just I've gone through and translated most of his site, but I've never seen any email addresses or anything.
Hey, it's Canadian Retro Things.
Yes, it is. Cheating with the ColecoVision version.
So you said the controls were a bit more loosey-goosey on it. Was it any harder or about the same difficulty level?
Well, harder because the controls didn't work quite as well.
Okay.
I found it harder to line up shots and stuff.
Why didn't you just shoot that straight up?
because I couldn't get it to. It was
Do it.
going diagonally on me. Because the
Now,
controls
does it have
loose.
problems, Ken, because it has to line up with a tile before you can move up or down or shift your direction? Is that the problem? Where you're trying to?
I just found that like when I was getting up to a tile, like if I was above a tile and I pushed down to go to it, if I didn't have the joystick completely centered, it would just drift off to the side and go to the side of the tile.
Oh, okay.
It would just skip over, and so that was the problem I had. Was it was the controls were very loose on lining up with stuff.
Hey, I noticed a difference. Can you go back about 10 seconds? Go back a little bit further. 5 seconds from here, maybe. Yeah. All right. You see the monster, how he pushed that block over, then
Yeah.
destroyed it and goes up. On the CoCo 3 version, when he doesn't destroy it immediately, he hits it and then goes back to the other side, comes back, then destroys it and goes up.
Yeah, it does that on the MC10 version too.
So there are differences between the various
The logic of the monsters are a little bit different.
Yeah. So that makes you kind of wonder what's different.
Well,
I don't, maybe it has something to do with the hardware sprite versus tile based. I don't know.
yeah. It maybe it's computing stuff a little bit quicker because it's sprites.
Well, that's more of a logic difference than in a graphics difference.
Yeah, who knows? Well, tell you what, Sloopy, for 2
Grab
weeks
your
from now, you've
disassembler
got a
and
whole
figure it
2
out.
weeks to do this. Disassemble the ColecoVision and the CoCo versions and see what the differences are.
Sorry, I
It seemed
don't.
like there were times when they didn't follow the exact same pattern even on
No,
my system. So
They don't
maybe
always
it's
follow
just
the same
random.
patterns, so
Just random.
Yeah, that could be it too. Then you just happen to catch it on a different random.
there seems to be a pattern that they follow most of the time, but
Right.
every now and then it differs. I think it's also differs in reaction to what you do. Anyway, Sloopy, why don't you tell us when people can join us on the Game On Challenge Live?
I don't know, like sometime during the week, isn't it?
Yeah, end of the week, I think.
Yeah.
My
Friday?
question is, because this is the week of CoCoFest, is there going to be a Game On Challenge Live on Thursday?
That
We'll
would
be on the road, so not for us.
that would be entirely up to Jim Rye. If he wants to do it, he can. If not, then there will be no show.
Well, we are having Game On Challenge at the show, so maybe we just shift it to that, and then people can join in remotely with the same game or games.
Sure, we can do that.
What do you think, Ken?
If they want to, sure.
Because I think try to have two of them. I mean, we'd have to exclude most of ourselves, since most of us will be on the road or packing or whatever else. So
Yeah, I'll be driving.
So remote on Thursday, fest on Saturday.
Thursday, I will be driving across Indiana and Illinois.
and then Ken and I will be avoiding another ice storm.
Yep.
Cool.
Actually, by Thursday night, we might actually be in Chicago.
How are you
Well,
managing?
we are going to be Thursday night in Chicago because we're leaving Wednesday.
Well, it
Sloopy,
depends
how
on
are
the
you
ice storm
managing
that we
to avoid
hit.
Ohio? Hey, Sloopy, how are you managing to avoid Ohio?
I'm not.
A giant
okay.
ramp.
I'm saying when Game On is on, I'll be in Indiana and Illinois.
Gotcha. Okay.
For the
Actually,
Game On, I'll be in Ohio.
Just like I normally do if I'm driving through Ohio, just close my eyes and pray that I'm not there, and then I open them and I'm on the other side.
Yeah, I roll up the windows, lock the doors, and go fast.
Wow, you must be on the Chamber of Commerce.
Hey, Columbus isn't that bad.
That was a home of CompuServe.
All right, well, shall we look and see what the new game is going to be?
Now, is this going to be officially part of the Game On Challenge at the show, or is this a separate thing?
No, this is going to be officially part of the Game On Challenge at the show.
Cool.
Okay.
So if you've heard me talk about what we are doing at the show, so first off, we're going to have a few computers set up at the show. A couple of them are going to be running multiplayer games just for fun. They are going to be for people to grab a few friends, come and play. So they're going to be 2, 3, or 4 player games. And they're going to be actually simultaneous player games. So you can go head to head with your friends.
Yeah, like the Joust clones and Cashman and a bunch of others. Yeah, Gallant
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You're bringing CoCos, you're bringing displays, controllers, and various things. For those of us that don't have any friends, can you bring some friends?
Well, I wasn't bringing any of that. I was just hoping that people would supply it at the show. There's a few people that are bringing some computers for me, so maybe we can get them to be your friends.
Okay, cool.
The Game On Challenge at CoCoFest. Friends not included.
Hey, what bribe level would you like to have friends, Sloopy? Like how much you're willing to pay? I'll pretend to be your friend.
I've got $1.
Well, it's American dollar. It might be worth something.
Your American dollar goes farther in Canada?
There is going to just getting back on track here. There is going to be a competition game going on, which is going to count towards the Game On Challenge. So if you submit a score at CoCoFest, it'll also be counted towards the final tally for this particular game. And because it is going to be Star Trek Weekend. No, wait, that's wrong. It's not Star Trek Weekend. What do you call it?
Nanu.
Battlestar Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica Weekend.
Lost in Space.
We are doing
Starfall.
This game.
No, Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And this will be our competition game.
What level? What level? Because there's like 15 skill levels or something on this one.
Oh, crap. I didn't look that hard. What's a good level to play it, Curtis? I haven't actually had a chance to play this
I don't
game
know.
yet.
With all these Tasman and other people like that, they can rack the scores up all the time. I'm thinking we should not default to the earliest level like we have usually done.
No, like level 5 or 6 or something. Or I'll decide by the end of the show and post it in the Discord.
Yeah, maybe you can try it in the background while instead of sleeping during the news.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then,
going to.
You can pick a good one.
This doesn't look like MemTest 86 plus.
Sorry, Sloopy.
But I already promised people that would be the game for the next 2 weeks.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Trina. It was I tried.
What was the game you're suggesting there, Sloopy?
MemTest 86 plus.
That's for the
I've got the old classic MemTest 86, but
yeah,
Sounds
and
like
this
it's right
game, you
up
know,
there
it's
with-
got to be good because the company's called Thunder Vision. That's awesome. Awesome.
So during the CoCoFest, there will be a sheet to put down your scores that you get at CoCoFest. It has to be played there. It can't be like, 10 years ago, I scored 127,000 on this game, so I'm going to put that
And
down.
Vive will be watching.
You actually have to play the game at CoCoFest, and there will be a prize for the best score.
Actually, I have the prize here. I'm not going to take it out of the box to show you what it actually is.
Now, does that title screen work on a CoCo 3 or is that semi-graphics?
This is courtesy of Jim Gary. And
oh, looks fun.
That title screen probably doesn't work on the CoCo 3. But
yeah, it is the higher semi-graphics mode for the CoCo 1 and 2.
Is that
But the gameplay, the graphics itself, the 3 levels that you play through will work on a CoCo 3. I'm just trying to remember on a CoCo 3, can you properly see your score?
That's what
after
I'm
the game's
thinking.
over.
Is that
So I guess at the show, we'll definitely make sure we're using a CoCo 1 and 2, but I can't remember. You have to try that during the news there, Ken, just because I can't remember. It shows you the score on the graphics screen, so you can see it. But when you finish the game and then you're back to the title screen with the high score thing, I can't remember if that shows up or not.
The link on the archive says SG8 intro.
Yeah.
But so you'll be able to see your score during the gameplay, but you might not be able to see it after. So you might have to do the old.
Yeah, just try it. It might be on the screen near the bottom or something like that. I can't remember what the layout of the screen is, but
just like a few of the other games where it doesn't save your score for you or show you anything, your game just ends and your score is gone. This might be a game like that, so just be prepared.
Yeah. it's not like you're on the Game On Challenge.
Now,
Live.
actually, since
Go
Nick
back.
Morendes appears to have woken up because I don't see a mute button anymore. Are you there, Nick?
No, yeah. I think I missed most of the show. Can you just rewind it and start it again?
Oh, well, if we only include content that's actually interesting,
We're
done.
here.
Nick, I was here. You didn't miss
I'm up to
anything.
date.
Anyway,
I'm
Nick,
up to date.
I was going to ask you. I don't know if you tried this, but that poke you used to fool the gimme into doing the semi-graphics characters for the higher semi-graphics modes.
It doesn't show anything like
not
scores and
It
stuff.
doesn't show text and stuff. Yeah,
No, it
I was
doesn't
wondering,
show
does
text.
it screw up the actual graphics modes if you try to do that though?
No, it works with the graphics fine.
Okay, I haven't tried that.
It's
before.
just the text, yeah.
Yeah, which unfortunately the score will be part of.
Yeah, so you're not going to see it.
It's an exercise in futility then.
Yeah, you just have to take a picture when you're dying.
Yeah.
Or play it on a CoCo 1 or 2.
Yeah, or an emulator or.
Exactly.
And for those of you who've played 3D Death Chase, which James McKay brought out in 2007, I think, for the Dragon and the CoCo, the first level has some resemblance to that, even though this game was done way back in 83. So it'll be a bit familiar with people, but the other two levels are quite a bit different. There's 3 levels, you just cycle through them. So
yeah.
Actually, a little bit of the gameplay we might as well tell them because some of it's not obvious. First level, you're driving through a forest. Avoid hitting trees or logs.
Why?
But basically, you have to rescue Ewoks, which are these little blue and yellow things. You have to hit them to rescue them, basically. But then you have other people on these flying bikes and stuff that are going, which you can either shoot as they're going ahead of you, or you can ram them into trees, which is the most fun part of the game by far. The second level, you've got to go through a bunch of walls, and there's a little opening, so you got to kind of steer and zoom in the openings without hitting the walls. And the third, which is a screenshot that Ken showed earlier, you got to blow up the satellite station, and there's a little dot in the middle, and you have to hit that exact dot as it zooms up as you get closer. So you have to take care of that before it gets too close and you die.
Now, are the instructions for this on the archive by any chance?
I don't think so.
As I was really wondering,
I didn't see it.
I was really wondering if the instructions were anything like the Sailor Man instructions, where the can of collard greens labeled S and man eating hamburger.
No, I think unfortunately the Thunder Vision games I've seen, and they made a few. There's a few we don't have either that they're missing. But I don't think anybody ever scanned the manuals for any of the Thunder Vision games. So there's none of those manuals around as far as I know.
Darn.
So no dramatic reading, I guess, Mark.
I think Mark's asleep.
He's asleep.
Nick
with
woke up,
master
Mark went to
control
sleep.
there.
I'm glad we're having such a nice effect on people. Come to the show, relax, fall asleep.
Come to the show, bring your pillow.
Better than Prozac.
What? There's no time to sleep.
So Ken, as far as the multiplayer games, which is just gonna be a fun thing.
Yeah.
How are you organized as far as pick a game for a machine and different game for a different machine? Just have
I'm
people
just
play
gonna
for a certain amount of
load
time?
up a couple of games and switch them out throughout the day.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were taking requests or.
Or if people want to come to me and request a game, then they can do that. I may listen to them, I may not. It depends on how much they bribe me.
Can we play Memtest 86 plus?
That's single player only, though, unfortunately.
That depends. How much are you going to bribe me?
I got
Neutroid 1, Neutroid 2, Neutroid 3.
I thought you were spending that on getting friends.
I am.
Yeah, you're overshooting your budget here, Sloopy. You're up to $2 now.
Well, actually, the thing is, I've got $1, but I've got a cup full of change, and I'm sure I could find 100 pennies for this. Not to mention, I got financial backers for Memtest 86.
Now, Ken, if I remember correctly, the layout where you're having the actual game on challenge is a separate room, right? It's not in the main hall?
Yes, it's in the auxiliary room.
Okay. So are you going to be bouncing back and forth between your regular table and that one? Or are you going to kind of hang around the game on challenge area? Like, should I be watching your booth? We never really talked about it.
We'll discuss that on the trip up.
Well, yeah, but that'll take out of my
hours.
Nitrous 9 talk. What are you doing?
I'll be in and out. I won't be spending all my time at the Game On Challenge booth, but
okay,
I'll be there a bit.
And the official Game On Challenge, we're accepting scores on both the Saturday and the Sunday, I presume?
Yes, I think.
Well, okay.
I do have to do a cutoff time for the thing to award the cup to somebody.
Yeah. I just didn't know
And
if
I
you were
think-
planning on just this being a Saturday thing and then Sunday you award, or if you were planning on actually having some gameplay on Sunday.
I guess we'll have gameplay on Sunday morning, and then like about noon, award the cup to somebody.
Okay. Also, Sloopy, our guests that we had on recently about those new joysticks.
Yep.
Do you think they'll be willing to lend one or two for Ken's Game On area to people actually try them out, see if they want to buy one?
We can certainly ask them. I mean, I will be using them at my table. So
I'll just steal
Yeah,
them
but
off
you're not part of the
Sloopy's
Game On
table.
Challenge, so that doesn't count.
Hey,
I just figure it's a perfect opportunity for people to try those joysticks on some of the CoCo classic games, especially the multiplayer ones.
They just need to put a little sign on the table saying where someone can get those.
Yeah, C table, whatever table they're at, and because I think they're in the auxiliary room too, or are they in the main floor?
I have
I
no
know a
idea.
few tables shifted around recently, so I don't remember.
Yeah. I can look real quick and see if it shows.
Because it's made with real arcade parts, like real arcade buttons and stuff. I do want to try it and see, how much of a difference in the gameplay it'll make. Because I remember we had a guy here locally, Harold Blitzky, used to repair arcade games for a living, and he made a few CoCo controllers out of real arcade parts. And man, on some games that made a huge difference. So I'm guessing it'd be the same here.
Yeah, he's in the main thing, table 21, just as you come in the door.
Oh, so you won't be too far away from the auxiliary room, so you can kind of keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you can ask them. You obviously know them better than we do, so I think that'd be good promo for them. But it's up to them, of course.
Yep. I don't see why he would object to better
exposure
and testing. So, I mean, mine's pretty solid and has worked. It's survived every pancake and waffle I've thrown it at it.
Yeah, because on the games that are not analog, like stuff like Cashman and stuff, I'd like to try it on some of those multiplayer ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you also going to have because I mean the Atari adapters too, he has, so you can use them.
So,
also.
question, is his arcade joystick an 8-way or a 4-way?
They're 8-way because there's no limiter for 4-way.
Okay, because at one time I got the front of a cabinet of an arcade thing, and it had the 8-way stick in it, and that works really well on the CoCo.
Yeah.
Where the 4-way, not so much.
Yeah, and they're actual Sanwa mechanisms, so they're pretty solid.
Right, the corners are at the corner and all of that. Which
Yeah.
is nice.
Yeah, you'll be able to see them there. So I'll be able to show you mine so you can get a feel for it. He'll probably sell out of them because, I mean, they are really good, decent. They have quality parts and they're pretty solidly built. So
How much is he charging for them, Sloopy? I never got a chance to look at his site last week.
they're on the site. They're more than what they were at VCF East. At VCF East, I think they were 35 US.
And how much are they on the site? Like 40, 45 something?
42, I think.
Oh, that's not for arcade parts. That's not bad.
Yeah, let me look quick.
All right, I need somebody smarter than me to look into something, but I'm trying to boot up Jeti on my CoCo 3 and it just keeps crashing the computer.
Do you have the raw mill thing around? Maybe try that.
I do not have a copy of that.
Which emulator are you using?
The one that comes in a beige plastic case, full size CoCo 3 says on it.
I don't know how to use those. I prefer real hardware.
The emulator works fine.
Yeah, I would try raw mail first. Just get the raw mail disc from the archive if you don't have it.
Okay.
On
It might be a cassette version then. That's what I was worried about with Bootskell. Might actually have problems because it's also set up for cassette.
Yeah. The joysticks for the CoCo on Etsy they're 50 and on eBay they're 45.
So I would imagine 45 or maybe slightly less at the show. As a show special.
Yeah, probably.
I don't want to promise on their behalf, but
yeah. Yeah, because I know at VCF East they were 35, and I don't see why they would be any different at CoCoFest because you're not.
yeah. So I'm planning on picking one up, but I definitely want to give it a shot on some of the games just to get the feel for it.
Yeah. Oh, eBay's out of stock on everything but red. But yeah, I would recommend getting them from CoCoFest.
Yeah. Do you know how many they're planning on bringing? Or
I have no idea. I haven't talked to them since the last
okay.
show. I mean,
because I kind of mentioned on the show we talked to them. I definitely will pick one up. So I just need one.
Yeah, I talked to him more at shows and in between. I mean, literally after this show is the first time I've talked to him outside of VCF.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of stuff lined up for the game players out there that are going to be at the fest. And for the people that unfortunately have to stay at home, feel free to join in on the same game, Return of the Jedi, which will definitely work better in a CoCo 1 or 2, and hopefully Ken's figure out the CoCo 3 part of it. But you guys can join in as well. We'll be playing it at the show, and you can play it at home. And you still got 2 weeks to, of course, to get your high scores in for that. Now the cup, the trophy, whatever you want to call it, from Jim, is that for which game? That's for the Return of the Jedi specifically?
Return of the Jedi.
So there is a deadline.
Assuming I can get that working.
Still not working?
I'm just trying to figure out how to use the ROML loader. I've never done that before.
So copy down to the same disk image, load them ROML. It'll ask you for the title.
We'll do
not
that
put the
extensions.
Okay.
I might.
I was going to do a live ROML tutorial here, but okay.
Okay.
Why
Well,
not?
I might have a bit of.
Okay, you can do a live ROML tutorial.
Do it live, so I know how to do it also.
Well, you want to share your screen, Ken, or can you? Or are you doing it on real hardware?
I'm doing it on real hardware right now, and I can't share my screen from real hardware while I'm on Zoom.
Okay.
It conflicts.
Okay, well, people can just hit me up on Discord too. It's
Plus,
pretty
I don't
simple.
have ROML downloaded yet, so.
I'm sure I've seen a working copy, so I'll have a look at my archives.
Yeah, if you got it,
Cool.
then just upload it to Discord and to the archive so we can fix the copy in the archive. There are a few busted images on archive on the archive. I have found a few and I've replaced.
Okay.
Okay, I think that covers that. So if you want to, I can go directly to the Game On News, of which it's very small. I've only got a couple. And then I can go on to the upcoming events.
Okay,
And-
so somewhere before the end of the show, we'll need to run one more commercial break.
Okay, how about if I do the Game On News first? Because like I said, there's only a couple stories, and then we'll take a break. You can do the commercial break, and then I'll come back and we'll hit the regular news and the upcoming events.
Okay.
Sweet.
What company released that Return of the Jedi?
Thunder Vision. One of the most awesomely named software companies ever.
It's a fighting game, is it?
I always like it when Nick brings the intellectualism to the show.
Right. Take the high
Okay.
road.
Okay, so Paris Surratt, of course, who's been doing all the AGD conversions, has got another one specifically for the Super Sprite FM Plus board. This is sold by John Whitworth at Dragon Plus Electronics. This is basically an MSX system, graphics, hardware sprites, sound that you plug into a CoCo or Dragon. Gives you a lot of extra colors, hardware sprites, and multi-voice sound you can run in the background. So he's got 4 games on pack number 13. So he's got Bubble Frenzy, Nixie the Glade Sprite, Page's Castle Quest, and Springbot. He's got screenshots of them here. You can kind of see. Very colorful, obviously. And these boards will run on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon 3264, and I think they even work on a CoCo 3, if I remember correctly. but they're basically platformers. There's the third one there. If you use the CoCo 1 and 2 graphics, so if you put this card in there and you start running these games, it's definitely going to have a noticeable difference in what you're seeing there. So, and of course, the AGT engine, for those who do not know, is a development system that was written for the Spectrum. So anyway, you can go on to the World of Dragon archive. You can get it from the show notes, which are already published. I finally remembered to do it on time this time. And you can download the docs. You can download the Dragon version, the CoCo version, and give them a shot. If anybody here, either viewing or on the panel, actually has a Super Sprite FM Plus board, I would love to actually get a live demo of these some point, just to kind of show people exactly what it can do and actually hear the sounds and music and stuff. Now, along with this, he's actually released his third big pack, as he calls them. So this is basically every once in a while, he just accumulates everything he's done and then makes it a big pack. So the people that are new to getting these things don't have to pick and choose and try to download each individual one. You just get one big download and you got everything. So this is the third big pack he's done here and has all of the 13 current sets he's done of the Super Sprite ones. And that's now 55 games for the Super Sprite. So as far as the advanced hardware for video and sound is concerned, I think this has probably got the most support software-wise. I mean, there are some other ones. CoCoBJ is probably second, I guess, at this point. But yeah, there's 55 games already ported over, and he's continuing to port more and more. So you can go grab that if you're new to it and you actually get one of these or have one of these Super Sprite FM Plus boards. You can go grab this particular collection. You'll get all 55 games in one shot without having to hunt them down individually. And next up, and this is part of the commercial break we're about to embark on, but D. Bruce Moore has announced that he will have special discounts at the CoCoFest, and this doesn't apply if you're just at the fest. This also applies if you order online during the fest on the 4th and 5th of May, that you can get the Forest of Doom RPG game that we've featured quite a few times, and you can also get the CoCo Forever radio play, multimedia radio play, because it actually includes some graphics and stuff that you get to watch and get some more enhancements to the actual story that you listen to as an audio. So there'll be specials on both of those, and I think he'll be showing his upcoming sequel to Forest of Doom 2, which actually has some extra hardware. I'm not sure if it's going to be on sale right away and yet or not. I'll let Bruce speak for himself on that one. I'm not sure exactly where that's at. Didn't get a chance to ask him. So anyway, if you have not already got those two, the radio play was especially a lot of fun because a lot of us in the community actually contributed a few lines and stuff to it. I think Jason probably had one of the most famous ones, "Stop right there," or something like that, wasn't it? I can't do the accent right, but anyway, go check those out. And that's all I've got for Game On News this week. So, Mark, if you want to roll the next commercial set, I'll come back to the radio news.
Okay. I gotta do.
No.
Okay, stand by.
Rerun the ad. Rerun the ad.
I'm going to do that and then flip a switch and then we should be okay.
Hi, I'm Aaron Newcomb, the host of the YouTube channel The Retro Hack Shack, the author of the book Linux for Makers, and the co-host of Floss Weekly over on the Twit Network, and you're watching the CoCoNation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3 SCARTcable.com.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
What if you could go back in time to just the right moment and ensure that Tandy won?
You definitely earned this office.
Thank you. Yes, you're too kind.
Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff. Life has been a dream.
But what if you went back to the wrong moment?
Give me that. How do you even know what that was? Listen, I don't really care about these blueprints. I just want.
Say, who are you? You want to spy for Commodore or something, are you?
Just move!
Oh.
Hey, hold the elevator! Hold the
Stop right there!
Whoa, no need for guns, no need for guns!
So, Mr. Anders, it seems you have stumbled upon my little secret. There is no point in waiting for security. I think you are about to have an accident.
Okay, no!
CoCo. Forever?
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, you guys should be seeing the ad for the 32nd annual Last Chicago CoCoFest, which of course is next weekend. Less than 7 days away because it kind of starts on Friday. And of course, for those who haven't been paying attention lately, we do have the offer of taking people to the VCF warehouse, which has a ton of old equipment and stuff, including some fairly rare items. It's a great place to go through. Just tons of stuff in there. And they're going to be doing drive-ups there both on Friday night and on Sunday night for those who want to go check out that kind of stuff. I've done it a few times, and so has Ken. A lot of cool stuff to see. So I believe Grant is kind of organizing. He mentioned on Discord they're going to have a meeting place at a certain time to go on both the nights. So if you're on the Discord, you should be able to find it. I think in the the CoCoFest channel. But I highly recommend it. I won't be able to make it this year, but I do highly recommend it.
Is any of that stuff for sale, or is it just you got?
No, it's for taking to shows like VCF Midwest, and it's kind of buying historical archive of stuff, including CoCo stuff and gimmick stuff and all kinds of things.
So you're not allowed to wear it like a baggy coat.
No.
No.
How do I sneak a forklift in there? Huh?
Okay, and also Grant has posted the schedule. So I don't know how many of you have actually seen this already, but this is kind of the rough schedule. There's a bit of stuff happening Thursday for people helping set stuff up, including another VCF warehouse thing, but that's more to haul stuff over, like, power plugs and things.
I'm sorry, I just love that. Dinner at a restaurant.
Yeah. Dinner out in the parking lot, whatever you can catch.
Like every year we sit around and try to figure out, okay, where we want to go. Where do you want to go?
Hopefully they pick a place unlike that one time we went and they didn't have chairs.
Yeah,
Right.
remember that.
It's an easy selection. One word: Portillo's.
I'm not a huge fan of Portillo's. Sorry.
I don't go for the hot dogs. I go for the beef.
I'd rather go to Cracker Barrel than Portillo's myself, but it won't matter though, because Ken and I will be on the road Friday back to Flint to interview Robert Kilgus in person, which he'll be recording. And I'm not sure if we're going to be releasing that on Ken's channel or on the CoCoNation channel, or maybe Ken's channel first as an exclusive and then putting it on the CoCoNation channel, because Ken's doing a lot of work. He's actually bought some equipment and stuff to help make the interview go smoother. So I definitely want him to have first dibs on it.
Now, the way you said that, it sounds like Saskatoon, Chicago, Flint. Surely that's not the way you're going, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're driving Wednesday to Thursday, getting into Chicago. I have to pick up some stuff to take to Robert from Chicago. And then we're leaving for early Friday morning to go interview Robert, and then coming back Friday night and then getting set up at the actual fest. But we'll be checking into our room and stuff Thursday night so we can drop some stuff off. It's a busy weekend. That's all I can tell.
Yeah, I guess.
And then I stupidly volunteered for doing two things on Saturday. I don't know why I did that. So anyway, basically Friday for the general public, vendor setup starts at 1 p.m. I'm just reading this out because the people in the audio, of course, won't be seeing what you guys are seeing. The VCF Midwest Warehouse Tour, meet in the lobby, is at 6 p.m. And then at midnight, the doors are locked so that your stuff that is set up in the big main hall or in the small auxiliary room will be locked up, so you don't have to worry about anybody taking your stuff. And then Saturday, vendor setup 8 a.m. because some people get in a bit later. They have the last minute things they want to do. 9 a.m. the show opens to the public. There's some show announcements at 9:15. That probably should be a.m., not p.m., I'm guessing. 9:30 a.m. we have a presentation by Mark Overhoser. I have no idea what this is. Mark, do you or is he even there?
He's
he's
working
come back
on it right now.
I'm here. This would be basically on your CoCo preservation, specifically meaning what you need to do to make sure your CoCos go on after you don't go on.
Okay. I was going to mention, Mark, Trina's Technobabble, who was actually in the chat earlier, they're actually planning on one of her shows. What is it called? Old Tech Fridays or something like that. They're actually planning on doing that too. They're actually going to get some lawyers on to kind of cover this subject as well. So I'm thinking maybe I should contact you with them and maybe you can join that particular podcast as well.
That'd be a good idea.
Won't be for weeks yet.
Collected from the Apple side of things. And of course, we've had, of course, Steve Bjork recently. And then before that, of course, the guy that made Logical, Bob Swoger.
Yep.
So luckily, Bob Swoger stuff seems to be has been handled correctly.
Yep. In fact, if you go to the VCF tour, you probably see a lot of Bob's stuff because a lot of stuff went there.
Yep. So anyway, that's what I'll be talking about. 9 a.m., huh? So right off the bat.
9:30. 9:30.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Then at 10:45 a.m. is Ken and me doing a presentation, Nitrous 9. This is not going to be a big demo thing like we've been doing in the past, mainly because I don't think either of us have really had time to do that. So I will kind of do a quick run through of what's new in 1.01, but then it'll be basically more of a question and answer session because I know some people have not really tried Nitrous 9 and may have some questions. And what's different between, Nitrous 9, the repository versus Nitrous 9 EOU or whatever their questions you have. So feel free to come by and ask any questions there. And there'll be some demos and stuff, at my booth. If specific questions are about certain things that I can demo, we might do that as well at the actual presentation. But I'm planning it more to be more of a Q&A style thing. Then there's lunch, my favorite part of the show. I'm just kidding. It's not my favorite part. After that, 1:30 p.m., CoCo on the Couch, Boise Pete. I'm not sure what CoCo on the Couch is referring to. Is that I have a remote keyboard so I can lay back on the couch and play games? I have no idea what he's talking about there. So does anybody else here on the panel know what his presentation is about? I know he's bringing his Ghidorah stuff or setting or be demoing it anyway, so I'm not sure what that is actually entailing. Nobody knows. Okay, that's gonna be a mystery for all of us.
Yeah, we'll have to listen to Mr. Pete.
Yeah, you have to come and figure out what it is.
Next up, we have at 2:50 p.m., 10 to 3, the drawings for door prizes. Now, there's a couple of those. There's one for, I'm trying to remember, it would be nice if Grant was here. One was for the people that sign in the book coming in, which is kind of our way of tracking some of the attendance. And then the other was, I can't remember what the other one was. And then
One was for pre-registration, and the other was for folks who were there that day.
Right. Thank you. So those door prizes will be happening at 10 to 3 in the afternoon on Saturday. Ken has already mentioned that the Game On Challenge prize is going to be done on Sunday. Ken, did you have a specific time cutoff that you were thinking of? Darn it, he fell asleep already.
Noon.
Noon?
I was just trying to find my mute button.
Oh, you wanted to mute me? Okay, gotcha.
No, I was muted.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking about probably stopping it at noon on Sunday and doing the presentation after that.
Yeah, then that makes sense because that gives people time to play, but hopefully not everybody's started leaving that has to catch plane flights. I'm assuming most of those will be in the evening type thing. So the show actually runs as you'll see. We'll get down there a little bit later than that, so that's good. The auction starts at 3 p.m. on Saturday. The Saturday dinner, for those of you that signed up for it, and this is, I know some people go off and venture out to their own restaurants and stuff. I much prefer having everybody together at the Saturday dinner like we used to do it earlier CoCoFest or even some of the Rainbow Fest stuff where, basically you'd have like 50, 60 people all hanging around. I remember when we used to do it at Elgin, we would fill up the entire hotel restaurant with just us going for supper, and people would just wander between tables and strike up conversations. That was the fun part. I don't like the isolated little things where people are running off to this restaurant, this restaurant, and whatever else. So I much prefer that. How many on the panel here, I'm curious, are actually going to the dinner besides myself?
I'm going
to the dinner.
And if we were younger, there would be a food fight. So I'm glad we're older now.
I have a related
What are you
question.
talking about? Food fights are the best part.
There's actually a game in the CoCo called Food Fight too. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Rick.
Oh, I had a related question because last year the hotel restaurant was open only limited hours and ended up eating a bag of bugles. Do we know when they're open and stuff, or I guess I should investigate that myself if I'm concerned, right?
Well, this is like pre-ordered and stuff, so as long as you're there at 6.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, like in the old venue, as bad as it was, you could go get a hamburger Friday evening, and at this one you can't necessarily, and I wondered if they changed that.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know if that has changed.
Okay, fair enough.
But Grant would be the person to ask.
Yeah, I should have thought earlier.
And Grant, he could have been here, but he's off chasing stupid storms.
He's off storms, playing with his tornadoes.
This is Jim. I'll ask the venue whether they're open the regular hours, because you're right. Last year they were closed quite a bit. I don't know if that was because they didn't have staff or there was something else keeping them from opening.
Well, thank you, Lurker Jim.
Yeah, I didn't know you were there, Jim. I guess I heard your voice here. I didn't connect to who that was.
Surprise appearance.
Right.
El Presidente.
Well, he's using his high school photo there, so.
Yes, right.
The suave one.
That's right.
Next up after that's another one I'm involved with. Me and Brian Weasler will be presenting the CoCo Deluxe. What we've discovered about it so far, Brian will actually have the CoCo Deluxe there. This is one of only 3 copies of the CoCo Deluxe that is still around that we know of. And it's the only one of the 3 that actually had an advanced version of the upgraded basic ROM. So we'll be kind of going through some of the hardware, we'll be going through some software, going through the basic. There was changes done afterwards, which Mark Siegel's talked about. If you want to catch up on that, you can catch the interview we did with him when we first did our stuff on the Deluxe, I think back in January. But this will be the first time for me and a lot of other people to even see the Deluxe in person running some of the new stuff. And I will mention now that Brian Weasler has some other cool stuff that he's bringing that's not necessarily Deluxe. So you definitely want to check out his booth. And yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's there's still stuff to discover too. So 9:30 p.m. is when most people leave because the jam session starts. But
You know,
Uh,
Bruce Moore has mentioned the deluxe CoCo in his software there that he's going to have discounted at the show. Did you know that?
sorry, what?
Bruce Moore in his Tandy Towers thing, what do you call it? CoCo
CoCo
Forever?
Forever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He mentions the deluxe CoCo in there.
Oh,
thought
I forgot
was
about that.
I thought that was cool. I just reviewed it, that's why I showed the picture on my background.
And a lot of the stuff we know now, he wouldn't have known back when the radio play was written too. So
Right. So that's pretty cool.
yeah, I forgot about that myself. I will mention, I don't know if this is going to actually happen or not. I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping I get some time to practice it too. Normally Taylor and Amy have come to the show and kind of done their, spoof songs, the Weird Al Yankovic style, related to the CoCo type thing. And unfortunately, they can't make it this year. There was a death in the family that prevented them from being able to make it, unfortunately. And that has been going around. I mean, Aaron and Brent lost their mom too here just a couple weeks ago. So, but basically, I wrote some lyrics for an old early 80s tune, and Paul Thayer says his band normally plays this song himself, and he can actually sing them like me. So I'm hoping we'll still have a spoof song going on that I will try to play some guitar towards, and then hopefully Paul will sing and play some guitar on it too, and then it's just the normal free for all like we always do. But hopefully
You
that'll.
know who Tim Franklin is?
I recognize the name.
Yeah, I think he might bring his guitar because he's
Okay, and Rick usually brings his too.
Yeah, I'll do my worst.
And that just goes to whenever. I don't know. I'm going to be pretty burned out this year from doing several presentations and stuff. Plus, we'll just have gotten back from Flint the night before. Because that's a 10-hour return trip drive plus however long the interview takes. So I might be burned out enough. I might not play right till midnight like I did last year. Anyway, the doors will lock at midnight on Saturday. Then they reopen at 9 a.m. on Sunday. The show's open to the public again. There's announcements at 9:15, and then basically it's just no special presentations or anything. It's just this will give people time to actually go see all the booths and all the vendors. Because we found in previous years, if we have too many presentations on both days, people want to go see the presentations, but they also want to have time to go, talk to all the people at the booths and ask about questions about hardware and software. And basically, you just don't have enough time to do everything. You end up missing stuff. And I had that same experience. There's a few people that I completely missed talking to that I really wanted to last year because I was, attending all the seminars and stuff too, plus trying to man my own table. So luckily, they've decided to change that this year, and we're actually just going to have basically just the show itself, and you can actually wander around. So that starts at 9:30 a.m. and then that lasts till 3 p.m. when the show ends, and then there's this starting the teardown, and then there's a dinner at a restaurant again at 5 p.m. Now that one, I don't know. We've sometimes at Fuddruckers, we've sometimes done a few other places too. So that I'm not quite sure if there's one or there's going to be several depending on, who wants to get what, but yeah, looking forward to that. And that's the entire schedule as it stands now. Next up is May 18th and 19th, the Festival of Portable Computing at the Center for Computing History. And this is in Cambridge in the UK. And this show is dedicated to portable computers, which we've had a few CoCos done that way by a few people. CoCo, Frank Swaggart back in the day, who did the World of 6-8 Micros, and Taylor Name, of course, did one where they did the live demo running around the front yard with one.
And I had a CoCo in my van when I was doing my sign business.
And do you actually have it plugged into the battery and stuff and ran it from the van?
I had one of those power units that you can plug it into, and then it goes into the car. Yeah.
Okay.
With that and a printer.
Cool. So anyway, that one, if you're in the UK, that's a pretty cool show to go to, I think. Covering everything in portables. You're probably back to the Osborne era stuff all the way up to modern times. Next up, the second Tandy Assembly meetup in San Francisco at San Francisco State University is on June the 15th from 1 to 5 p.m. There's a sign-up sheet to get into it, which I'm just displaying on the screen now, but the link for that is in the show notes that are on the Discord. They have a special guest, and I was going to ask Nick about this. Bill Hogue of Big Five Software fame, because I know Nick started on the Model 1 and 3, and I believe that Big Five was one of his favorite developers for games, etc.
Yes.
on the. So which ones did Bill Hogue himself work on? Do you remember any of those?
He, along with this other guy, pretty well did all the first games, which is about 6 of them.
And they're all top quality?
Oh, yeah, they were all top quality. Started off with a asteroid clone, Supernova, worked his way all the way up to Robot Attack, which is a berserk.
Yeah, and that
But
one
yeah.
actually talked, if I remember.
Yeah. So it'd be
Who
an
did the
interesting one.
Dancing Devil? Is that where it's
That was
No,
Leo
that's-
Christopherson.
That's Leo.
did the
Yeah.
Model
For the
1?
TRS-80 Model 1 3 version, the CoCo version was done by Chris Latham, the guy who wrote Donkey King and Sailor Man.
Okay.
And Leo did Clendathio on the CoCo. One of the few cassette games that Tandy sold. Anyway, if you want to go to that one, that is a sign up. It is from 1 to 5 p.m. on June 15th. As I said before, the San Francisco State University. They have a little questionnaire type thing, but I just think just being able to see Bill Hogue, having a little, visit with him and getting some of his backstories from back in the day, that would be fascinating. I know Michael Furman's made it to this one before. I don't know if there's anybody else in the Bay Area that would be able to pop by. Mark, you've sometimes gone to VCF in the San Francisco area. Is this something you're thinking about going to, or? Oh, wait, he's gone again. I keep trying to throw it at him and he always leaves. All right, if you're interested in that one, you do have to sign up for that one. That's not a wander in and it's just attend the show type thing. So hit the questionnaire, fill it up, and you can attend that one as well. Next up after that, we got a few on the same weekend, June 14th to 16th. So the first one I'll mention here is Boat Fest 3. This is, of course, Brent and Aaron and John Schaller, also known as Boat of Car. This is their 3rd annual, and this is a retro computing and retro gaming. They also do some hardware repairs and stuff on site. Retro Rewind's an official sponsor of this one, and he's actually does repairs on site while at the show. This has been moved to the social event space, which is a bigger, less tipsy, I guess. The floor is not on the verge of collapse, is what I'm trying to say, which is kind of what their old one was like. Yeah. So this is in Hurricane, West Virginia. Only a couple blocks from where the old one was, so it's still close to the main hotel and close to several restaurants, including a really good pizza place that Ken and I quite enjoyed. This time, because it's not on the top floor, you don't have to go up rickety steps to haul your equipment up there. It's just walk on the ground floor and go. And I believe it's a little bit bigger too. So if you're into retro in general, this covers all platforms. There's a lot of people that come over from Britain and Europe as well and bring some stuff too. So you'll get a nice wide variety of things to play around with. That same weekend, VCF Southwest is taking place at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas. This also has a little Tandy assembly gathering too. Some of the Tandy alumni will be down there, and Mark Siegel is planning on attending this one like he did last year. I don't think there's any official panel or anything, but there's, I think, something planned for Saturday evening if you want to get together with the Tandy folks, including some people that worked on the original CoCo 1 or the Videotex and other things all the way back to the Model 1. This also has a seminar by Boise, a seminar by Jeff Wires of Chronologically Gaming. He's been on a bit of a break for spring break, and then he's waiting for his internet to get fixed. I guess they did some upgrades in the neighborhood, which actually made it worse. So he's waiting for them to come by and fix that up before he can get the show going again. Hopefully this week. So that looks like a fun place to be too. Now, this is one I wanted to shout out for Ken here, because I don't know if he was aware of this. Ken, are you at your station here?
Yes, I am.
Were you aware of the Chilliwack Retro Computer Club having a Retro Computer Expo at...
I did not know about that. I knew about the Chilliwack Retro Computer Club, but... And
Okay.
no, I will not be around on June 22nd.
No, is you already heading over down to the cabin by then?
Yeah, I'll be at the cabin when I leave for Boat Fest, so...
Oh, okay. Darn, I was hoping you check this one out here, but for those of you in the Vancouver, greater Vancouver area, this is on June 22nd, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Anvil Center in New Westminster, BC. It's a one-price admission for both the Retro Gaming Expo and the Retro Computing Expo, so it's kind of two events mixed in one. There are 20 non-commercial retro computing exhibits and 7, as they call it, internet famous presenters. The Tech Time Traveler, Brad Hodge. I'm assuming that's a YouTube channel. I have not watched that one. Have anybody here seen that particular
Yeah,
YouTuber?
he's mostly an off-camera kind of a guy. But he does well. Maybe he's not mostly off-camera. I'm thinking of another one, but he actually does a really good job of like going back into the history of some of the stuff he's talking about.
Okay, cool. And then George Phillips, we mentioned earlier, he has a seminar on emulating the TRS-80. He's the one who makes the TRS-80 GP emulator that has added MC10 CoCo 1 and 2 support recently, as well as the TRS-80 Model 1, 3, etc. And as one of the co-authors, along with his brother from the sounds of it, I did not know that until now. I know he's a regular on the Trash Talkers podcast. And that'd be a good one. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then for those of you who have been following the Naboo, which was a network system that was going to be sold, well, it was sold in Canada briefly, I think in Ontario only. But when the company went under, they had warehouses and pallets full of the machines. And I guess one of the original engineers started selling them, about a year ago? And now, people have been actually reverse engineered the protocols and actually got it so it's actually up and running. And it's basically got, I think, the equivalent of MSX or ColecoVision hardware in it, but it has all the networking stuff added. And they've been writing games and all kinds of stuff. So actually, they have one of the original Naboo engineers, Leo Benkowski, is going to be one of the panelists. And then they got some other people, Nizel Akob. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing your name right. My apologies if I'm not. David Vander Gugton and Grant Shannon Kybal are all be on a Naboo panel. And that's a pretty fascinating machine. There's been a lot of YouTube videos done on the Naboo. So definitely would check
do
that
they
out.
have lunch and have like a extremely hot chili there or something?
I have no idea.
I just wonder what the name's from.
The Naboo?
No, Chili Whack.
Oh, Chilliwack.
Yeah.
It's the name of a rock band.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It's also the name of a city.
Yep.
Right.
I think the rock band was named after the city, not the other way around, actually.
The Chilliwack, the band, is from Chilliwack, the city.
Yeah.
What kind of
And I
music
wouldn't
do they
be at all
play?
be surprised if Chilliwack, the city, is named after either the location by as named by the indigenous people or the indigenous people.
Yep, quite possible.
Pretty much all of our areas here are.
There's
like
no way I can
Coquitlam.
pronounce this name. Yeah.
I don't know. Chilliwack, I think, had a couple of minor hits in the States. They had some huge hits here in Canada.
Yeah.
Gone, Gone, Gone So Long is probably the biggest one I remember. But they had a few good ones. Check them out if you want. It's not super hard
It's
rock,
good,
but
yeah, 70s rock.
yeah. Okay, next up is VCF West, which is August 2nd to 3rd at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California. This year, they are a full partner with the museum, which they've not been in the past. So now the admission you pay to get in covers both the actual VCF show and the museum if you want to go check out all the really cool hardware and stuff they have there. So you get a kind of a 2-for-1 on this show. And they're now taking people booking to be speakers and presenters. I don't think they have a schedule.
So you go there to take a look at the stuff you have in your garage.
I don't know, because VCF West is actually in Silicon Valley, basically. You can see stuff from the original
Right.
Hewlett Packard that they took from the original garage they started the company in and stuff like
Right.
that. But there's
Their
a lot of-
garages are nicer than yours,
okay.
Ron.
Okay.
yeah, there's some really cool stuff there. I've actually seen pictures of a lot of it. So
All
I know
right.
Michael Furman's attended this one. Mark Overholzer's attended this one in the past.
All I could think of was going there and seeing a Model 1 4K in a little glass box. You know.
Oh no, they get stuff way older than the Model 1. They go back to the Altair, they go back to the Minis, all kinds of stuff's there. So
Okay. Cool.
this is a place I do want to get to eventually too, just even the museum.
Yeah.
Next one after that, of course, is the big one, VCF Midwest, which is at a new larger venue this year, which they promptly sold out the main hotel, and then they sold out the auxiliary hotel, so it's going to be just packed this year. So September 7th to 8th at the Renaissance Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, which also was the host city of Rainbow Fest from 1983 to 1991. Not the same hotel, though. Friday's reserved for vendors, etc., to get set up. But this is the big one. This is probably the biggest retro computer show on the planet. So if you want to kind of catch all the big retro names in YouTube, etc., at one space, this is probably your best bet. And I know multiple people are on the panel have been to this one before. Who's actually going to VCF Midwest this year? I know Ken, I think you are.
Yes, I am.
Anybody else making it out this year?
I think Sloopy is. He better be because he's my roommate for it.
Your room just got twice as expensive because he's not going. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I would assume Jason's going to be there.
You know Sloopy snores,
So do I.
Hey, Nick, you got any of these down south where you live?
And Nick, how do you know Sloopy snores?
I should have thought of that.
Should have answered my question.
They do have some, Ron.
Right. No,
but they're not anywhere near the scale of VCF.
No.
Actually, Ron, you might remember we actually had Nick
come here
streaming from one there when they were doing the Nitrous 9 joke. I'm trying to remember how that one
Yeah,
was.
now we have little clubs which are more for specific computers, but not a big general one like VCF or whatever you call it. Yeah.
Now's your chance to organize one, huh?
Well, I know there's planning on being an official VCF in Canada in the Toronto area, Greater Toronto. It's not in Toronto itself, I don't believe, this year, in the winter, I think, or fall or something. And I think Frank and Trino's Technobabble are both involved with that one. So Sloopy could correct me if I'm wrong, except he's not here, so he can't.
Then you could have on the show, this isn't a computer. This is a computer.
Next up after that is Tandy Assembly, September 27th, 29th in Springfield, Ohio. This is at the Courtyard by Mayor at Springfield. And this has been going on for multiple years now. And this is another one I will eventually make it to myself. This one covers all Tandy machines. So it's pocket computers, black and white TRS-80s, the Tandy 1000 line, CoCos, MC10s, everything in between. And it looks like they got a bunch of really cool stuff there. I know Jim Brain's been there multiple times. Is he still on the call or did he leave? I think he left. How many people on the panel have been to Tandy Assembly before?
Nope, not yet.
I'm lucky I'll make it this year.
Cool. Because I would like to arrange somebody to do the floor, kind of do us a quick call, even if it's for 15 minutes, just kind of show, how the show is going. Just like they want us to do that with CoCoFest next weekend. If somebody can pop on like early Saturday afternoon and, kind of at least, show people around and show them why they should come out to the show, darn it. And then the last one I've got listed right now is November 9th and 10th. This is a little bit wrong. Actually, I got confirmation from one of the organizers of the show here. I was hoping they would actually have the website fixed at this point, because you'll see at the top there it says November 9th. And if you look down on the first black and white paragraph below, it says November 9th and 10th. It is actually November 9th and 10th. I've confirmed that. And this is their general. This is their equivalent of VCF in the UK. And this is also at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England. So the same place that we talked about before for the portable computing one. It is also the same place that the Dragon Meetup is held every year. And hopefully they got all the construction stuff, because I know the roof was getting repaired last time, so they kind of just shipped down into a different area, but it should be back to normal. But unlike what it says here for ordering tickets and stuff, this is a 2-day show, not a 1-day show. And this covers everything retro. So Dragons, CoCos, TRS-80s, BBC Micros, Acorns, Jupiter Aces, you name it. So that should be a fun time. This is another one I will eventually make it to, as well as a Dragon Meetup. So that's it for shows. Now we'll go into the regular news. Spot. Okay.
Do we have many dragons show up at our show?
We have some. It depends on the year. I mean, some people bring out their, because the Dragon 64 by Tano was actually sold in the States.
Yeah.
And there are several people I know that still have them.
Yeah, I got one. I was thinking of bringing it, but I didn't know how common it was at the show.
Not super common. So if you want to bring it, I would.
Okay.
If you
I
can.
still have the box for it, so that's why it's easier to bring, because it's protected,
Yeah. It's also a good way to demo for people wondering what the Mark Data Products Super Pro keyboard was like, because it's pretty well the identical keyboard.
Yep.
Okay, so first up, Rich N, who did his first machine language game, which was a translation of Space War. I think his full name is Rich Natalie, I think. Apologies if I got that wrong. But we covered this about a year or two ago. He made a version of Space War, not based on the arcade game Space War from 77, but the original PDP version from 1961, which is generally considered to be the first somewhat available arcade game ever made. I mean, there's some earlier versions of tennis and stuff that came out in the late 50s, but they were only shown at like specific trade shows at a university type thing. It wasn't a general thing that could get copied around. So he's also now working on a CoCo 1.2 port of Spy Hunter. And we've shown, I think, a video clip of his previous publicly released, where he's at. And he's actually added a fair bit now to the new one. Now he's got some collision detection. Not all of it's working. He's got some of the weapons and stuff working, a bit more of the terrain and stuff going. So he's actually recorded this right from a camera aimed at his TV. And I'll just play the video. I don't think he's got any sound in it, but hopefully there's not too much background noise. And it's just over 2.5 minutes, but I'll play the whole thing so you guys can see what the graphic stuff look like. I think he's been doing a really good job. This looks like a really good CoCo 1.2 port of Spy Hunter, the arcade game. You can see he's got the running timer. He's got the running points. The original Spy Hunter game in the arcade has a high and low gear, which you'll actually see happening here. Of course, you can't see him using the joystick to do it, but you can definitely see the two different speeds that you're driving at. And he's got some nicely drawn trees, and he's got all these different cars, different colors. The blue ones are usually your enemies. The other ones are friendlies you're not supposed to shoot or run into. Now he's crossing a bridge. This is more for the audio listeners who can't see this. But he's even got the graphics looking pretty close. I mean, the original Spy Hunter is at least a 16 color mode game.
No
and
couch.
we're just using artifacting, but sorry?
No couch.
So anyway, it looks really good. I'm quite impressed. And we never did get a Spy Hunter game. I do know my roommate at one point had started one. He got to the point of an animated title screen being done and then started drawing the sprites. And then I think he went PC right at that point there and kind of never looked back. But we never had one released as far as I know. So this will be the very first Spy Hunter of any sort on any of the CoCos. Or the Dragon. I don't believe, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was ever a Spy Hunter for the Dragon either. Now, Nick, since you've probably the most, experienced game developer here for the CoCo, and now I know you didn't have artifact colors in Australia, but what's your opinion of this one here for a CoCo 1 and 2 game? What you see so far?
For artifacting, yeah. I mean, he's done a very good job.
Yeah, and I believe Erico Montero has actually been helping him with some of the things like the tree shapes and stuff, because he's really good at using artifact colors too. So.
Yeah,
or even low res.
And the scroll is nice and smooth, and no, he's done a good job.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one getting finished up.
It even looks a bit, well, on this video, the trees do have a bit of a greenish tint, which is pretty good because that's artifacting. Green's not a common color in artifacting that we see in artifacting. So, yeah, it looks good.
Yep. I'm very impressed with this. This is actually looking better than I was expecting. Now, for those watching the video in the upper right corner, you can see an L, which is a black background, and then you also see an H with a red background. That's your high and low gear, basically. So that kind of tells you visually which way you've got the joystick pointing to get your two gears. Now, you do have keyboard controls in this because there's so many weapons. You can see missile, smoke, call a van, guns. There's also the oil slick. And you got all these different weapons. The original arcade game, for those who have not played it, has kind of almost an airline style steering wheel with multiple buttons on the steering wheel for both your thumbs that you can hit the different weapons. So he's gonna have we only have one joystick button on the CoCo 1 and 2 and two buttons on the Deluxe and the CoCo 3, and even that's not enough to do all the different weapons. So you have to use some keyboard controls. But it looks really, really good. Next up, we got CoCo Town. Next part of his video series on finishing up his Moon Patrol game that he started as a teenager. This episode, he starts getting the moon buggy moving left and right because all the demos he's done so far, it's basically a static position that it's on, though the wheels do spin and stuff. And now he does his traditional and making mistakes when he starts scrolling the entire moon buggy across the screen, leaving a bunch of garbage, which I'll just show a quick little demo of that.
Better.
This is a slightly improved version.
Still pretty awful. Have you figured it out? The flash.
So it basically it goes through and has the viewer kind of guess, can you see what the mistake was? Because of course he shows the source code as he's going through here and kind of like, thinking out loud as he's going. But he does eventually get it working, and it looks pretty decent. So I'll show you a little clip of that. But you should definitely, if you want to learn assembly language and game writing in particular, this is a really good series he's got going on.
Movement is exaggerated. I'm not going to let it move all the way to the right like that. I'm just doing it now to help with my testing of stuff. But let's talk a little bit about that weird performance thing. Is fast, slow, fast, slow. So what's going on there? We're going to talk about that in detail in the next video. I'm going to do a step-by-step through my performance investigation of figuring out what the deal is and how to fix it. But I will leave you with a little teaser. It actually has nothing to do with all this new code that I added. The new code I added to grab the joystick information, retrieve them, draw the car, erase the car, all that stuff. If anything, it was a catalyst. It exposed a problem that was already there, but it's not the cause of the problem.
Yeah, so you got a teaser there for his next video. A few of us offered some things in chat we think it is, so we'll have to see if we're right.
That's cool. I got that little circle at the top with the little pig, and then like looks like he went wee wee on there.
Oh, you're talking about Earth?
Yeah, is that what that is?
Next up, BDS Software, which is M. David Johnson, and he's going to be at CoCoFest as well with a booth. He's updated his software page here with some academic papers and demo disk images using his ML Foundation system, which is basically a bunch of ML subroutines to use for designing games or doing other things. Because he got some sections here now on how handling disk files, for example. Now this is something he's been doing for a couple of years. So every year he kind of comes out with a new batch of either extending the actual main bare metal ML Foundation system core itself or running demo programs that use the functions that he's got in there. And he's actually got some disk images you can download and try in your emulator on real hardware. And I believe these are all CoCo 1 and 2 based. I don't think they require CoCo 3. So basically all of us could run it. And he does very extensive documentation on like basically writing as if it was like a presentation paper. So like look at this one here where he's going, one of the sample games he's working on is called Malky's Warren, the First Training Quest. And if you take a look up here, you can see that this documentation is 174 pages long. So Ken, maybe you should download this here and you have something to read instead of listening to me prattle about Nitrous 9. But very, very extensive documentation on the actual programming itself, as well as whatever the demo programs are. Now, this year, he's actually got 4 different things that he actually put up, or at least 4. Maybe he's even added some. He's got the Maze Maker disk. He's got the game disk. He's got the source files if you want to grab those and take a look at exactly what he did, including for the ML Foundation itself. But the main discs he's got Malky's Warren, the First Training Quest, which I just sort of a little bit of the manual. He's got Bippy's Cave, which is a version 0.0.1. This is definitely a work in progress. This is the second training quest. And then he's got printer operation routines. So he's got his paper and his sample code and a disk image you can download for actually doing file operation or printer operations. And then the last one is 3 simple little tools, which includes some disk related stuff as well. And like I said, extensive documentation. Both of you can pick up the stuff he did in previous years too, which is actually getting into some more like graphics and that kind of thing. But he's been doing this, as you can see here, as I scroll down for multiple years now, and just keeps adding to it every year. So pretty cool. I look forward to meeting him at the fest. I can't remember if I've met him at a fest before, but now that I'll try to make sure I have time on Sunday to go around to the different booths, hopefully he's one of the people I will see that I've probably missed in the past. Next up, George Jansen has released Lesson 11, which is a 2-parter. And this is going further into CoCo 3 graphic stuff, doing lines and drawing and debugging, etc. The first part is fairly long at 38 minutes. The second part's a fair bit shorter. I will play a little bit of it here just to kind of get the idea for it. Now, George is wondering like how many people are watching and using his lessons. He's got some thank yous and stuff for that here too, but he hasn't seen too big view counts. And I'm thinking, especially with the CoCoFest coming up here, I think a lot of us are just too busy to go out and watch all this stuff right now. We're getting ready for the fest. But I would like him to see him continue this series. And he's got one more lesson he's already started, so he's going to finish that one. But basically, he's going to put it on, kind of on hold after that until, you know, people either get a chance to watch it and give him some feedback, or if people can give him suggestions of other topics to cover. He's been lately covering a lot of CoCo 3 graphics modes because we have numerous tutorials. I mean, CoCo Towns 1, you got the older Steve Bjork ones. There's a few others too. They're all CoCo 1 and 2 based. George's, as far as I know, is the only tutorial assembly language programming series on YouTube or elsewhere that is CoCo 3 specific. So you want to learn how to use, you know, MMU registers and palette registers and timer interrupts and all kinds of stuff that is unique to the CoCo 3. His series is definitely the one to go to. And he's got some pretty cool stuff in here, as we've covered, like his multi-planar, you know, Starfield scrolling and stuff he did previously. So I would like to see him, and I gave him some feedback myself on that. I know he's got some thanks on some other people on his channel on Discord, which, by the way, if you want to save yourself the typing for the actual source code, for the assembly source code for all of his stuff, he actually puts that up on his channel. You can download the images and load them directly into Etasm. And or you can just kind of read it on the screen here too. But I would like to see him keep it going, because I know there's some stuff on the CoCo 3 is a fair bit different than if you're only used to CoCo 1 and 2 assembly language. You definitely want some sort of a bit of a tutorial to figure out what all is different, new in the hardware. So I'll play just a little clip here with a little bit of talking about graphics modes and a little bit of a demo.
00, and that's when the MMU gets that, what H-Screen told it was using, that's all it prints. That's all it uses. It only uses up to 780. So that's all it uses. So that's what you get. So how are we going to get that? If I can back to my screen here, how are we going to have the title on there and on the bottom without shoving these lines together? We could do that. We put less in between each one, but that tightened it up. So how to do that? So where is that code at anyway? So let's do a little bit of, we'll call it, I'm going to debug with testing work. Okay, I use, I don't know what emulator you use. I use MES, okay, and it's an older version of MAME. A lot of people use VC. And there we have blue lines, okay. It's a good way of testing when I have to recompile. You could change it to any color you want to try to make it what you like, or you could change where the...
So just a bit of an explanation here, like he's doing the line drawing routines and stuff, but he's actually doing the text calling the super extended basic ROMs, because there's a built-in font and built-in text drawing routines in there. So that one kind of shows you how you can do a hybrid. You can steal some of the stuff out of basic to make your program a bit smaller. It may not be the most optimized for speed, but for something like this, it doesn't really matter. So it's a way to do shortcuts. This subsequent part 2 of this, he kind of got into some extra things about, you know, how to jump into tables and stuff. If you have tables of subroutines that can be called, as opposed to doing a whole bunch of compares, you know, do I want option 1, jump over here? If I want option 2, jump over here. So it gives some alternative ways in assembly language to kind of achieve the same thing that's a little bit faster, easier to read, and doesn't take as much RAM, which is covered on part 2 over here, which I won't bother playing because we kind of saw the demo there. But yeah, if any of you are trying to learn CoCo 3 assembly language, I would definitely recommend check out the other ones as well, because some of the more generalized beginner stuff is probably explained a little bit easier on, say, Steve Bjork's or even CoCo Town's earliest ones. But if you want to learn some CoCo 3 specific stuff, I would definitely check out George's series as well. I think please give him some feedback if you do watch.
Right, because once it's done, it's done. But if he's not encouraged to keep going, it never happens.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's retired. He's in his early 80s, I believe. So, I mean, this is just for fun for him. And if he's not getting any feedback,
we need to learn what he knows. So,
yeah,
encourage him.
Okay, so next up after that, as I mentioned earlier in the show, the TRSA Trash Talk podcast is having their next live stream May 4th at 5 p.m. Eastern during the fest. And they're asking, as you can see here, if anyone is going to CoCoFest, it'd be really cool if you would join the show and do a live update from the show floor. PM for Zoom details. So you can private message him on Facebook, or if you're already a member of the Tier City Discord, you can actually just go in there and pop in and message Peter Satinsky. I've been on their show a few times. Nick's been on their show a few times. Boise and John Linville have been on their show multiple times. There's a lot of really good technical knowledge here, but yeah, I think we definitely want to get somebody at least to pop in and kind of show them what CoCoFest is like, because a lot of them live on the East Coast and it's a little bit harder for them to get out to CoCoFest. I don't think Peter's ever been to CoCoFest from what I remember. But yeah, I would like to help promote our show on their show, because I know we promote their show all the time. So it'd be nice to do a bit of tit for tat type thing. And I mean, for a lot of people that, including Nick and a few others here that started with some of the earlier tier setting models and then went to the CoCo or went to Tandy 1000s and stuff afterwards here. I mean, it's a show that covers all of that. So I don't know if anybody wants to volunteer this early, or if we want to just maybe try to gather together and have, share a phone or something like that, and kind of, take people around the various vendors and, maybe some of the game playing stuff or demos or whatever else, maybe even the part of the auction, because I think the auction will be going part of it. I don't know how long we want to actually be on there for. I don't want to take up their whole show, because they usually limit their show to around 2 hours, unlike us, which will go for days. And I think it'd be worthwhile getting some of us on there to actually kind of give a quick run through of the show. Next up, Joe Lowe published a couple of things on the CoCo group on Facebook talking about the FujiNet. So this first one I'll show you here, this is FujiNet with a 40 meg 256 disk image mounted drive 0. So this is where you make a virtual hard drive type file, and then HDBDOS will divide it into the 256 virtual floppies within the file. And he's actually got it running on the CoCo 3. You can see it's even doing lowercase on here on the CoCo 3. So that's cool. And using Sidekick, which is kind of the STC Explorer Junior version for those who don't have an STC. And then he did a second one where he's actually showing telnetting with FujiNet in 80 columns. So actually they've got the 80 column driver now working with FujiNet too, because the original versions were only for the 32 column BDG screen for the CoCo 1 and 2, which of course would run on a CoCo 3, but it's kind of a restrictive screen size, obviously. So here he's actually demonstrating logging into a telnet session on the 80 column screen of the CoCo. And they are going to have representation at the show too, it sounds like. I don't think Thomas himself will be, but some of the other people involved. And Thomas actually posted this too here. He's going to ask some of the people for some help on this one. So he's got a 5-card stud poker game that is cross-platform, because that's the whole point of FujiNet, is that the same protocol works on Apples and Atoms and Ataris, etc., and now the CoCo. And he's actually wants to get some help on doing a CoCo port so that they can join in and play against people on these other platforms as well. And he's actually got on the CoCo group on Facebook some links directly to his GitHub for the main cross-platform client that's for the various machines. And then he's got an example CMOC CoCo make file for those that are trying to get familiar with how to do development for FujiNet based on C. Linked is here as well. So some of the C programmers in the audience or on the chat, if you want to join in and work on helping port that over, that'd be great. I definitely want to bring it up. But he did mention that they are going to be represented at the show. And one of the people that's involved is going to be making, they've got the parts ordered, but it won't be ready for CoCoFest, unfortunately. But they will have parts made by the end of May, they're hoping, for about 10 FujiNet cards, for those who don't want to do all the soldering and stuff on their own. And you should be able to order one, kind of pre-done and pre-made. I don't know if they're planning on doing any more past that 10, because they definitely sound like they're more hobbyists at this point. But yeah, it's a worthwhile project to do all the cross-platform stuff. And of course, Rick with the CoCoIO is going more for the raw Ethernet and just talking to absolutely anything. So, and of course, Rick and Henry Strickland will be demonstrating a lot of their stuff at the show too. So it's going to be network heaven.
Hooray. Yes, it will.
Next up, we've got Matthew Coffrin on the CoCo group on Facebook. Posted some photos of him upgrading his CoCo 2 to 64K and adding extended basic. This is a project that he said he started 11 months ago. Sounds like some of my projects. But he could get the right size EEPROM. So he has this little adapter board, which you can see zoomed up here, to adjust, for different size ROMs. And he's the Z30... No, sorry, 2364-27C128 adapter card from PCBWay with a 27C64 EEPROM. And much to his surprise, it worked the first try. He burned the ROM, plugged it in, extended basic came up.
Right.
And then he upgraded to 64K at the same time, because he only had a 16K standard CoCo 2, but when he first got it. So now he's pretty well maxed it out, except for replacing the CPU with the 609. So glad he got it done. Glad it worked. And for those of you who maybe picked up a standard basic, color basic CoCo 2 on eBay, and it's getting harder to find the actual size ROMs, the physical size of the ROMs that are needed for the CoCo, here's a way to do it. You can just get this little adapter board from PCBWay and adapt, ROMs that are much more common and actually work.
This avoids the old hack of taking a socket and bending legs up and putting wires.
It's just a little satellite board that plugs in. You plug the new ROM in.
Plug your 28 in and plug it into your 24 socket, and life is good.
Yeah. We'll have to see what works on the deluxe CoCo, because Brian is planning on eventually getting advanced basic, that little satellite board with 4 8K ROMs into a single 32K, which is what the final design was going to have.
Yeah, no, that'll drop right in. This is all good.
Mind you, we have to fix some of the bugs. We have been finding there is definitely bugs in that early version of Advanced Color Basic. There's multiple bugs we found out. Next up, Mark Lowe has finished migrating his site, CoCo Central, to Dreamhost from GoDaddy, where he's having some issues. I've heard that before. He mentions now that he's switched over, it seems to be about 4 times faster loading up stuff. So now this migration is complete. I'm looking forward to him actually getting some more CoCo content, because he hasn't really done too much stuff, since 2020, end of 2022. But basically the migration was what he's been working on off and on when he gets free time. So he's got multiple things on there. There's different CoCo projects. There's YouTube channels. He's got links to various, references that you can use for CoCo stuff, like Ira Goldkang's Tier City, which covers all the Tier Cities. Jeff Avasor, of course, created the very first CoCo emulator we had, and various other things as well too. So hoping he'll get some new content on here as well. Next up, this was an interesting topic that was brought up by Jeffrey Duncan in the CoCo group on Facebook. So he took a picture of CoCo Scriptset from one of the little catalogs that Tandy put up for the CoCo that used to come with the ROM packs. And it says available the fall of '82, and actually has true lowercase. This is disk Scriptset written by Robert Kilgus. So I'll be talking to him about this actually when we go to see him on Friday. He was wondering, was this vaporware? Because he only remembered Chris Scriptset having uppercase, of course. And no, this was not vaporware, but it's doing it on a graphics screen and redrawing the font and graphics basically. And what he might have been thinking of, there was an announced in one or two of the Tandy catalogs in '84 was OS9 Scriptset, which is also written by Robert Kilgus, but that never got released. And Brian Weezer going through all the stuff, because there's so much stuff he got from Robert. He hasn't had a chance to go through everything yet, but it does appear there's a disc on there with OS9 Scriptset, the one he submitted to Tandy. Now, he hasn't had a chance to actually try to read it or not, but he did have a few notes that he saw written about it, where apparently it supported proportional fonts. It supported full justification by both word and character. So if you have proportional fonts, it actually align by pixels within the byte to print. And otherwise, it would also do it by words with extra spaces and stuff to full justify. So it'd work with a variety of printers. Looks like it's a pretty advanced version. Like it seems to be quite a bit above even disk Scriptset. So I'm kind of curious about seeing that one. And if he happens to have the source code on some of those disks, I might see if I can get it running on the CoCo 3 for one, and then update it for like 80 columns, and then see how that compares to some of the other ones we have.
Can we even get 365 to do that stuff today?
Pardon me?
Can we get Windows or Office 365 to even do some of that stuff today?
Well,
I don't know. I don't use anything that has a subscription attached to it, so I wouldn't know. I'm not a fan of subscription software. Sorry.
No, this makes good sense, though. If you're doing a graphic screen anyway, why not fully proportional fonts where the IO is narrower than the M?
Yeah, I have to see if he actually did that on screen, or if that was just like some sort of print language that he did to do that. Like I've never seen the software run, obviously because it was never sold. So it sounds like Brian did find a disc for it, and this was one that was announced in one of the catalogs and never came out. It was kind of like the Lost Ninja of OS9 or something.
But you want to talk about a Scriptset game? This is the Scriptset game.
Yeah, and a bit of trivia. This is the OS9 version of Scriptset. Robert did the original color Scriptset cart. Then he did disk Scriptset, which is the true lowercase. And then I think Dale Lear did Scriptset 2, which is basically more like VI. It's quite radically different from Scriptset on cart. But the OS9 version of Scriptset is the very last CoCo thing that Robert ever worked on in 83, 84. So I'll be asking him a bit about the history of that as to why he stopped. I do know some of the story already from going back and forth the emails, but There's a lot to look forward in this interview. That's all I'll say. This might be very, very long. It might match the size of some of our shows. Assuming we don't tucker them out first. Next up, Julian Brown has been working on the replacement and now enhanced version of the Dragon 32 motherboard. Has acquired, I believe this is his very first actual CoCo as opposed to a Dragon. So he's picked up a CoCo 2, kind of the middle era one, because it doesn't have the melted keyboard. It's a full travel keyboard, but it still has the Radio Shack badge on it. So I'm presuming it does not have a T1 VDG. Actually, I'm pretty certain it doesn't. It's a little bit rough shape, as he mentions. He's got to clean it up a bit, but go ahead.
Actually says 64K color computer. With
color computer 2, yeah.
Correct English.
Oh, yeah, right spelling. Yeah, you're right. I was wondering what Nick's talking about.
I know I'm way ahead of you, but
yeah. Kalur Computer 2, as we spell it in the civilized world. So I'm interested to see what his opinion of it is. I mean, the keyboard's pretty good. This is the better one than the melty one. It's not up to the Dragon one, I don't believe, but pretty decent. Now, I would really love to see if Julian got a CoCo 3, what he thinks of that. That's the quantum leap. That's up in the Dragon beta and territory type thing. Bob Emery, you're up. Here's your HDMI and CoCo board or HDMI on board revisited. Now, there was some stuff you promised in this video, but this video was already getting up to 3/4 of an hour, so you're saving some of it, as we mentioned earlier.
Yes. So if you jump to 145, and just let it play from there, it will play.
Supply or something, then it will also get 5 volts.
So you can mute the audio
through this diode.
Okay,
here.
you're just gonna talk
or
about
listen to the audio. Basically, we're looking at my first prototype of how I hooked it up internally. I literally soldered those wires. Go ahead and let it play, though.
Now it's buffering.
Not his option.
That was my 5-volt line in. And
I don't believe this, so this is false advertising.
Even y'all didn't catch that. It said this header removal is so easy, even Curtis could do it.
Now, if you're talking about just unplugging the header connector when it's plugged in the pins, yes, I can do that. If you're talking about desoldering a connector, no.
And that was the point I fell out of my chair.
Right? He only said he could remove it, not put it back or make it put backable. Or
and we just say we remove it where I don't damage the motherboard to the point that the CoCo doesn't work anymore. So
because you got to have the trick here, you got to have the solid core copper wire to distribute the heat across all the pins at once.
Yeah, this I'd not seen before. Is this a newer technique, or is it something you hardware guys all know, or what?
I've seen this on a couple of YouTube videos on another channel recently, removing like RJ45 connectors and stuff from motherboards. And yeah, I use it for the multi-pin connectors, and it's a lot easier than just trying to desolder things. So here I'm actually kind of struggling with it to get the heat. I decided not to edit this out. But on the second one, I got it a lot quicker.
Did you add new solder first?
No.
Yeah, a lot of times if you add new solder to it first, get a little over gooped, and then
oh yeah,
doing that.
On this one I didn't, and then you see I go back and added some right here. Also, when you're connecting to it, I found the ATA 66 cables. They have a lot more grip on that.
I used to have tips for my soldering iron that let
Yeah,
you do
the-
an entire dip socket.
Yeah, right.
once.
The
Yeah,
big
I've seen
spade
those.
tip thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this was actually a like a flat that had 2 grooves in it. It actually had it almost kind of looked like a socket.
Yeah.
And let you
I've
do
seen
the
those.
entire IC in one shot.
And you're figuring I can do this? Are you insane?
See, once I had the extra solder on there, it took like 10 seconds.
Right.
Jump
Amazing,
up
isn't
to 952. And there I'll clean the solder off after the fact.
Pro tips.
This is the RGB connector, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm basically removing these because the first try, well, my second generation, I had pins coming out the top. So it was basically male on the bottom and male on the top. And basically that reversed the even and odd pairs. So the pinout was a little wonky for making cables. And then I figured out, yeah. So I figured out to get a female header with long pins to replace the stock header that just goes down the bottom. So this one I'm starting out adding solder with this one. You can see it's already going a little quicker. And it's done.
I like the sacrificial cable pin puller idea. It's
That also helps pull the heat away, so it doesn't build up too much right at that area.
Yeah, that header is still usable.
Right.
And then if we go to 1829, so there I basically pulled that cable, pulled the old header off of it, and separated the pairs of wires so that I
You have
could
to twist them then to reverse each pair?
Yeah, I have to twist each pair back into the correct order because with the pins on the top inside, it goes 2, 1, 4, 3, 6, 5. Yeah. So here I'm just correcting it, putting them all back into 1 through 10 order. And then I'm going to crimp on the male pin header.
Now, if I remember later in the video, you're talking about the unused pin, well, actually unconnected pin or whatever it's called for the RGB connector, which actually seems to be RGB is plugged in.
Yeah. So if you want to turn up the sound and just jump to about 3515.
So there's one final piece to the SCART puzzle, and that piece is what you're seeing here, artifact colors. As you may know, the RGB output does not support these artifact colors, and they just show up as vertical black and white stripes, which isn't very fun. Typically, the only way to see these colors is via RF or composite output. So if we take a look at the SCART wiki page, we can see the red, green, and blue inputs, as well as the composite input, which is required for sync. And we can see that pin 16 controls the composite RGB switching based on voltage levels. If you're not familiar with the switcheroo cable, there is a 5-volt wall wart required to get it to switch from composite to the RGB input. And this is in addition to the SCART cable itself and the SCART converter box, which in turn needs its own wall wart as well. And in my opinion, this just seems like a silly amount of cables and power outlets just to get
I didn't even mention the
into a
HDMI
monitor.
cable.
So the question is, how do we get voltage to pin 16, and how do we switch it between 0 volts for composite?
I see
and
one of
1 to 3
Karen's
volts for
512
RGB?
keyboards in there.
Yep.
Well, it turns out there's not only an unused pin on the CoCo3's RGB port, but there's an existing switch that switches between ground, or 0 volts, and 8 volts.
So if you want to turn the sound
Slightly
down,
less with this inline resistance.
basically I go over the schematic. I show how that pin 10 is connected to the PIA, and point out that you can connect that to the channel switch, how to hook that bodge up. So there's basically, you don't have to add any switches, you don't have to cut any new holes, and you can have your RGB and composite switch on the back. That also still works as a channel 3/4 switch if you need it to.
Oh, it works for both. I didn't realize that. I thought it was kind of replacing the functionality.
Nope. Nope. You're basically just tying to the same voltage that will still control the modulator if it's present.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the modulator there, so I just connected directly to that pin. But I have actually tested that and confirmed that it does work.
I like the
Let me
fact
see
you
up
actually made a
to-
little sticker to go over that too.
Yeah, a little further back, further
just
on in the
trying-
video. That's like one of my last. There it is.
So you can tell RGB or yellow for composite video.
Yeah. And naturally, it's opposite to the way you would wish it were. You know, the HDMI on the side should be RGB, but yeah. Maybe if I replace that switch with a toggle switch, it's really hard to access that switch too from the outside. It's kind of recessed.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's something like when it was still an RF switch exclusively. It's not something you use that often. You'd find if channel 3 or channel 4 had less noise in your neighborhood, and you would pick one, you'd stay there.
Right, till you
Unless
moved, you
moved.
didn't, yeah.
So it made sense to have it kind of recessed. You just didn't bump it by accident.
Right. But basically, I got that.
And then your follow-up video is going to have what exactly?
So basically, I will be comparing all of the outputs, starting with a stock RGB output to a CRT, VGA from the Gimme X, and then HDMI out of the RGB to HDMI, and HDMI out of just one of these generic SCART to HDMI adapters. And I'll probably throw in the VGA out of the GBS control, since I have all those handy. And just show the pros and cons of each adapter, each upscaler, compared to the, cost and effectiveness of what they do and don't do.
Okay. And do you expect that to be out this next week before Fest or after the Fest?
It'll probably be after the Fest. I will be shooting
I kind of
video
figured.
this week, but I'll have to edit it afterwards. So, in fact,
You have
I
live
to
editing
shoot
at your booth.
Yeah, right. I have to shoot the Guinea X video pretty quick.
Everybody be
because
quiet.
I
I'm
will
trying
be
to change this.
transferring ownership. Yeah.
That's cool.
I'll
That's
be
cool.
telling
I
that
do like the
next
fact you
week.
kind of contain everything and you repurpose the switch there between RGB and comps. That's really cool stuff.
Yep. I'd like to be able to find a switch that'll fit that footprint, but work a little smoother. See how that goes.
Okay. Next up, we have the International Computer Club, which was the show I jumped off our show to hop onto on the Amigos Network. And it was a CoCoNation level size show. It was over 5 hours. But a completely wide variety of topics. And actually, the first presenter, Josh, known as 48K Ram on Twitch, he actually went through going through a whole bunch of upscalers and converters for running retro hardware onto modern TVs. And he goes through like retro tinks of various levels and a bunch of other boards and the pros and cons of each and the vast variety of difference in quality that you get with some of them. So that was actually a pretty interesting one. It was actually their first presenter too. I'll play a little clip of that because it might be of interest to you too.
Perfect a little bit later. But it also can transform the signal in time. So it can deinterlace frames, or it can do an inverse telecine, which is where you recover 24p from original film stuff. And most important for the stuff that I've been doing is it can do frame rate conversions. So I have a lot of PAL machines, like maybe you can see the Amiga sitting down there, maybe you can't. A lot of my machines are PAL. And I do have some displays, and early on when I was doing this, I had some capture devices that would only take 60 hertz. So kind of had to deal with that. And by the way, stop me at any point for questions. There's no Q&A time built into this. I have 2 hours, right?
As long as you need, brother.
So, all right, why do we care about the scalers? Well,
Then it goes on a lot of technical stuff like lag time. Like if you're a game player in particular, there's some of these upscale converters can take 7 or 8 frames before they'll do better quality because it's kind of mixing the frames together to average them out when you're just playing on a really high res TV. But then you've lost a few frames of gameplay that you don't get to see, and you might have ran into a wall or something. So, he mentions that he's seen some that have really awesome video quality, which if you're just watching TV would be fine, but they absolutely suck for a game console or a computer where you're trying to interact in real time. And he's got others that have very fast, but the quality's down because it can't average between multiple frames. So you got kind of that balance you got to kind of strike. He goes through a whole bunch of stuff, and he spent almost $2,000 over the last 5 or 6 years trying various upscalers and converters and stuff, and going for RGB analog, RGB TTL, etc. And he basically found that the newest high-end RetroTink definitely does the best job, but it's $700 just for that. So he's got some recommendations for people on much more realistic budgets that he kind of recommends. And now he's going this across multiple things from Atari STs to Spectrums to Amigas, etc. But the CoCo would definitely fall in there. The CoCo 3 in particular would fall into there as well. So that might be interesting to you, Bob. He covers a whole gamut of different things.
Yeah,
and he's going to be at Build
link
Fest.
to his video in mine.
What's that?
I'll probably just start out by linking to his video.
And then I popped on. Yeah, Frank popped in for a little bit too. What he's been up to and stuff here. So he's been undergoing a fair number of changes and stuff here, which is why some stuff has been taking a bit longer to get to than normal for him. I talked a little bit about Nitrous 9. And then by random chance, Aaron started asking about us doing interviews. And then I started talking about the Robert Kilgus interview. So there's actually a bit of information I snuck in there that I haven't revealed on our show. So if you guys want to kind of get a sneak preview of what Ken and I are going to go talk about on Friday, you can watch that if you're really bored. Anyway, there's a lot of good stuff in there. It covers a wide variety of retro topics, retro machines of various kinds, both game and computer. And even some funny things like, I think Pajako, he talked about his mini ZX Spectrum tapes project. So he's been taking, like we've talked about before, how good the tape covers and stuff look on UK based stuff, including the Dragon. They just made awesome cassette labeling and instruction manuals and stuff like that, full color paintings, all that kind of stuff. What he's been doing is shrinking them down onto those little micro cassettes that you used to use for recording speeches and stuff when you're at university. So they're incredibly small, but he actually made labels and stuff here to fit these tiny tapes. Let's catch one. Yeah, so these little micro tapes here. I'll just play a little clip.
Is that they are a little bit tight. So what's happening, and it's not the batteries, is that some of the cassettes are wound quite tightly, and it just means that the cassette recorder, dictaphone cassette recorder,
not so much what I was looking for.
Play. Nah, didn't find it. Okay.
But these are actually functional micro cassettes with the tiny full color labels and the tiny full color manuals.
The world's smallest J card.
Let's see if I can find an actual picture of the comparison here.
They're just cute as can be.
It's taking way too long. It's gonna go wrong.
And then some AI generated music that I don't want to listen to because I'm not a big fan of it.
Much like 80s metal.
Yeah, we kind of covered that last time. Chuck Yeg, there's a game that's also on the Dragon. But you can see how small these little tiny.
That's a tiny J card.
He even duplicated the original
on the back
price
side of it.
stickers. He took the time to shrink the price stickers down so you can see the original prices of them too. Like he went all out on this. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff and a wide variety. So definitely, just if you're interested in retro in general, I definitely would check out that show. It happens every few months, and I've appeared on it multiple times. When I have stuff to present, I've been on maybe 3 of them or something, but there's a few I skipped because I didn't have anything new to present. So, and Nick's actually presented some of his games and stuff on there too.
that sticker say Tower, like Tower Records?
Yeah, it's Tower was not a record store in the UK though. I'm trying to remember. Was that a? I don't know. It was like Boots the Chemist, which also sold computer games, though it's a pharmacy store. So they had some oddball stuff. W.H. Smith was famous. That's a bookstore that we even have here in Canada, a book chain, kind of like Kohl's, that used to sell a lot of software in the UK too. Next up, this is the one you were talking about, Bob, I believe, from the Retro Channel, which actually went into a deep dive on how SCART and RGB and composite and everything all work together. This is one I take it you've actually fully watched?
Yes, just this morning, actually. I finally had the time.
So was this something you'd recommend for people that are, contemplating like you did to do your own little connectors and stuff?
Definitely. It's worth a watch if you're at all interested in the making your own cables or just generally hooking things up, tinkering. He goes into pretty good detail, especially with regard to the SCART cables and composite in general, and some specific issues with the Sega Master System, but stuff that could easily be translated to the color computer.
One thing I like, he showed in the oscilloscope, like you need certain voltage ranges to come out of the red, green, and blue and composite and et cetera. And he actually goes through specifically, like, you have to put in this resistor to get this value. Or hope I'm saying the right things here. I'm just making this up.
And he used a decade box where I just put in my trimmer potentiometers.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. So for those of us that are, electronic green, what exactly is that box? I'll see if I can find the actual picture.
Basically, it's like adding resistors together to get any value you want. There's like one of the dials will be for 1,000 ohms. One of the dials will be for hundreds of ohms. One
like
of
a whole box of resistors you select with switches.
Right. So where CoCo Bob has to tweak his pot until it works, this guy can go, I need 997. Click, 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 click.
Bet you that wasn't cheap.
No.
On AliExpress, it probably was.
Well, yeah.
I just thought it was fascinating because, most of the time when I see people are trying to figure out that kind of stuff, they like desolder one thing and then put a different value one in.
Yeah,
try it. Oh, that didn't work. And, kind of you're guessing. And here you can just do these switches, figure exactly what you need. Then you just do one bit of soldering.
Color code transition.
All I got to say about that is straight inductance and capacitance hell.
Right.
Yeah.
There is that. But
then the leads add to his resistance.
Yeah, he did have one here where he actually didn't take it into the built-in resistance that's added by using this device, and it was a little bit off when he did it. But I guess once you kind of learn what those are, you can kind of compensate for that ahead of time. It definitely seemed to narrow down what he needed to put in there a lot quicker than...
Get you in a ballpark.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you just use AI?
Because AI needs to be keyed by something, and he's the source for the AI to read from.
And I'm not that impressed with AI. It was a story I did not cover that was on Facebook. Is that somebody posted up, this AI thing I did created some 6809 base code for the CoCo, and I'm taking a look at the code, and this isn't even a 6809.
Not that, yeah, no, it's
in INX for increment X. Sorry, that doesn't exist. Load AA for loading the A accumulator. Nope, that's not right for the 6809. He had one tiny screen, and there was at least 3 mistakes in there that aren't 6809 code. So.
Right,
AI only seems to work on the really, really common chips like the 6502 or the now discontinued Z80, Z80.
Well, you've got like Googling Google to get Google answers and feed it back to you. So it has to be really common or it's not going to fly.
And those decade boxes have been used for centuries.
Oh, yeah, they work.
They go back to the beginning of time.
Unless it's radio, they work fine. Yeah.
Except some people don't have access to anything like that or didn't even know they were existing.
Yeah, I didn't know they existed until this video. So
well, don't invent things.
Well, just for you electronic tinkerers that are actually on the show, you're like Bob and Rick, et cetera, and Mark. Is that something you guys use fairly regularly, or do you have one?
I don't have one.
I don't have one.
It's an empirical.
In the past.
Yeah, if you. It's a choice between computing your values or empirically testing them. And the decade box is a really quick way to say, okay, 900 is too low, 800 is too high. Click, 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 click. Okay, this is it.
The other way is do math.
otherwise do math, and then you may end up redoing your math because it's hard. Math is hard.
There's some weird algebra that can go into those Kirchhoff laws.
My way was to adjust the pot until I had the levels right on the scope.
It works.
Then,
Read the
yeah.
pot.
Hey.
That's what we need.
Hey,
Well, that's kind of what he
if you
did
know
here.
what-
He's watching the oscilloscope, and then, oh, that line needs to go higher, so I'm going to click this
If you
twice.
know what order of magnitude you need to be in, then a simple pot will do the trick.
Yep.
Now, is he like that guy that blows things up every once in a while?
Oh, you're thinking about Electro Boom.
Yeah.
He does it on purpose, though.
Oh,
Yeah, he does.
But he's got viewers.
yes, he's got me.
Yeah, people love to see stuff wrecked.
And
It's
the
like, will
nice
it
tan.
blend?
Yep.
And will it blend? Will take $1,000 brand new iPhone and put it in a blender to see if it'll break apart. Like,
And make money off of that. Yeah.
yeah, I just blows my mind that people are that stupid.
Now,
What
wait
does
a
it
minute.
say
I
about
have
me
the
that I saw
blender
that
that
splash
he...
screen for Wonder
Follows
Boy,
him?
and it made me think of Tenacious D.
Yeah, he goes into detail like he's actually has to brighten the colors. Now he's got the colors in the sink working, and he has to get the colors brighter because they're kind of washed out. So it's a really good deep dive on how the stuff works and how to test it, etc.
Yeah.
Mark Siegel says they are not that hard to make. As far as what did you call that thing with the switches again?
Decade box?
Decade box?
Yeah, decade as in 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of soldering.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's why I never know anything
There
about
you
it.
are.
Got it.
Yeah. I mean,
Even
Curtis,
over
for
my head
you-
right there.
For you, we can design one that wire wraps.
If all it's wires, I'm in trouble. Anyway, really, really good one.
His hair's wrapped up into the wire wraps, and yeah.
I wrapped a soldering iron around my hair once, or wrapped my hair around a soldering iron once. It makes a big stink. Okay, next up we have Sunday Night Retro Talk, which is by Practical IT with Jeremy Leake. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name. My apologies if I'm not. This is a show I've never seen before, and he does some other stuff. He seems to be really Linux oriented on his regular shows, but he has this little retro thing he does on Sundays. And he talked about it, at part of this, that he actually started on a CoCo, and I kind of left him a message. I haven't got a response yet, as far as I know. It came during the show here, but I'm kind of interested because he actually followed through from the CoCo 2 with OS 9 and went into the CoCo 3 with 512K, which he still has. He's picked up a CoCo STC, though, as he said, he hasn't had a chance to try it yet. So he's kind of keeping on top, and he actually does some mentioning of a couple of the CoCo vendors. So he actually showed like Retro Rewind, Frank for getting the CoCo STC. He showed Cloud9 Tech from Mark Marlette for doing RAM upgrades. Now it's funny because he went to click, and I noticed when he clicked on it, he had the icon, the picture actually now shows 512K and 2 meg RAM upgrades, which I've been bugging Mark to put on his site for years, that he actually sells a 2 meg upgrade. Then he goes and clicks on it and he gets in a 404 error. So it's still not fixed yet. But at least he's advertising he does sell 2 meg upgrades after only half a decade. But I'll play a little bit of this here because you guys might be interested in maybe leaving some messages for this guy too.
Since most of my early computer stuff was done on a Tandy Color computer, there is a company called Cloud9 Tech specifically, and they have various cables, keyboard interfaces, modular video cables, mini flash carts, different things of that nature, even a product called DriveWire, so you can run a little, I believe it's Python-based server on a modern computer and load over a serial connection to your Tandy Color computer. So there are interesting things out there, and you can get for the Color Computer 3.
Bang.
Well, maybe you can't get that anymore.
they did have upgrades, and Tandy did an official one.
So fast forward a little bit here.
Another one that I discs or a hard disk image, and you just put an SD card in it and you're off to the races.
Now, of course, it's also sold by Ed Snyder Zip Zone, so I mentioned that in the
that's
comment to him as well.
that.
That's his
Now, when it comes
source.
to Commodore 64.
Anyway, so it's kind of interesting seeing somebody. He's actually got a fair bit of subscribers too, 5.81K. I didn't know about this retro show before. I'll have to go backtrack now and see what other stuff he's kind of talked about. If he's talked about having the Tandy CoCo 2 before, but he actually talks a bit about OS 9, being Unix, roughly Unix based and stuff like that. So obviously he knows some of his stuff really well, and he normally does Linux stuff. So I'm kind of curious what other stuff he's covered.
Apparently they fixed the website because when you click on the upgrade, you do get another page now.
Oh, good. Yeah, this was recorded, I think, last Sunday. So next up, this is a rather interesting one. Another maker on YouTube, another fairly decent sized channel, 14,000 subscribers, decided to build a diagnostic card for the Tandy CoCo 1, 2, or 3. Now, this is based on the 1982 version 2 version of the diagnostic cart ROM that Tandy did. So I think that might have handled 32K RAM instead of 16K, because I know the original was only 4 and 16K, etc. Now, while it runs on a CoCo 3, and he actually demonstrates it running on there, of course, it doesn't have a clue about the CoCo 3 and all its extra features. It doesn't know about second joystick buttons, doesn't know about the gimme, and all the extra screen modes, and a whole bunch of other things. So Frank, I mentioned that Frank at Retro Rewind actually sells a modern diagnostic card that actually does check for all the CoCo 3 stuff, including gimme modes and expanded RAM up to 8 meg of RAM. It'll test the RAM for you. But it's based on a little board. Like here shows some of the other, hardware testing things he has for various other machines, including Ataris and Commodores. But there's apparently a PCB way circuit board kind of design for the CoCo, which I think we've mentioned on the show before. He's actually planning on putting some extra stuff on this particular one here, but he actually 3D printed his own case. He does a couple cases here that just click together and snap together type thing. You do have a screw hole you can screw it in if you want. And then he decides to test his CoCo 3 here. Now, I notice he's only got single button joysticks, but in his case, that's all it really needs. And here it's doing the basic ROM test, which apparently it mentions contact your local Tandy representative to find out which ROM Series C you should have, because, of course, there was Color Basic 1.0123, Extended Basic had 1.0, this Basic had 1.0, and because Tandy didn't know ahead of time what they were going, any other revisions they were doing, they couldn't just listen to the manual. Like, you should get CRC value of this for Color Basic, because it doesn't know what version of Color Basic you had or what the future version of Color Basic would have for CC check. So he kind of goes through that a little bit as well. But I mentioned him. I said, yeah, it's not really testing much on the CoCo 3 side, except for basic functionality like the keyboard and the gimme emulation of VDG stuff and RAM tests up for the lower RAM, but not using the MMU. And I mentioned there's a much more modern version for the CoCo 3 available from Retro Rewind. So now I've seen the original 1.0 diagnostic card. I wasn't even aware there was a 2.0. So I'm assuming from 1982's copyright date, that probably would have been 32K. That's before official 64K. Does anybody here have the version 2 diagnostic ROM card, or has seen it versus the CoCo or the version 1?
I never paid attention. I might have it. Who knows?
Because to me, this is kind of like the Auto Spectrum Analyzer, where we suddenly discovered a year or two ago that there was a updated P-Mode 4 version of it.
Yeah,
which I had no idea existed either. And you can't tell by looking at the card either. It's same copyright date, same label, manual doesn't change. Totally different program. Next up, Julian Brown, who we mentioned earlier, is working on getting his PAL daughter board. Now he's still missing the amplifier to get the full, proper, stable color, but he likes how clear the signal and the text is now. So when I play this little video clip he did, you can see the colors are kind of washed out, and actually it'll keep kicking back to basically black and white. But he's more concerned with the crispness of the display, like you're not getting a bunch of color bleed and stuff going between the characters, and the text is nice and readable. But here you can see it's kind of blinking in out of the black and white and the color. So he needs to add its amplifier circuit here to actually get it, proper colored and nice, bright and vibrant. But it does look like he's got a pretty good quality video signal coming out of it now. So this is the little daughter board for his upgraded Dragon 32 board that you can just swap in whether you want NTSC or PAL. You just put this little daughter board depending which one you want to plug it into. Next up, we have Alan McPherson. So he posted on GitHub 609 assembler source code for his high-res graphics screen text driver for the Dragon, which supports 3251 or 64 columns by 24 lines with true upper lowercase. You usually have a 32 by 24 P mode 3 color text options. You get 4 colors. Still gives you a fair bit more real estate on the screen than the standard hardware text does. And if I'm understanding right, like he's got these different ones you load depending on which one you want. T32 bin will be 32 by 24, T51 is 51 by 24, T64 is 64 by 24, 232C is a 32 column by 24, P mode 3, 4 color mode. But it looks like he's actually on each of these, he's actually added some extra commands to basic to be able to handle some of this stuff. So he's got the equivalent of print at, I think it just uses the word at. I saw that here. How did you explain that? Change character sets, etc. too. Wait a minute, further maybe. Yeah, here. So he's got T call to change the color of the character set of memory. This means you get an error in color mode if you set ink equals paper. Then he's got TE on, which will let it work in P mode 1 and 2. He's got T at, I think. I can't find it more, but he's got some other commands for like positioning the cursor with the expanded screen and clearing the screen and that kind of stuff too. It's meant to run in the graphics mode. So actually it looks pretty extensive, and the fact he's got multiple resolutions that you can pick from, even multiple color resolutions, would make it pretty interesting to work with. And because it's written in ML, it's pretty quick. So if you want to actually incorporate this in a basic program you've done yourself, you could.
Any screenshots anyway?
Not that I saw. So anybody wants to give this a shot. I think it's Dragon specific at this point, but it wouldn't be too hard to convert to CoCo.
So is this
what
ADOS does?
No, ADOS just enables the T1 low res, doesn't it? This is more like the solution or super screen machine or screenwriter or some of those.
Oh, okay.
So he's got TE off, returns you the normal text screen. TCLS, clear the graphic screen, resets the print position at the top left. At X, Y sets the print position, including the new expanded ones. T-call flips the colors when in monochrome mode, or you can do T-call ink, paper to change your color, foreground color and color sets.
This is what's needed. This is what's needed in the FujiNet software.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because right now it basically uses a 32 column screen where you draw your own graphics type thing, but this would be a machine language driver to actually give you the higher res and true lowercase text modes, and you can kind of have FujiNet pick which one it wants to use, or maybe make it optional. You can change it on the fly. It'd be a good one to use for that kind of thing.
I was thinking WordPack would work somehow.
No.
No, that would be a separate driver entirely, which Ken actually has for the WordPack. Ken, is your WordPack RS or WordPack 2? I can't remember.
WordPack wouldn't need this.
No, it just needs a separate ML driver hook with basic.
Oh, that's a hardware solution, Mike.
Yeah, it's a hardware solution.
Yeah, it does give you 80 by 24, but
yeah, I have a 2. WordPack 2 works.
Yeah, because it was somebody on Facebook was getting some weird output on a WordPack RS he just got.
Right. Yeah.
And somebody suggested it might be the was it 6845 chip that's in that thing? Can't remember.
Yeah. They said to replace it and it'll work.
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the dragons that never made it out of internal builds before Dragon Data shut down actually uses 6845, if I remember correctly. Can't remember, was it the beta or the professional, or I think one of them did. Anyway, that's a good project for people that don't have to write their own screen driver and actually get a lot more on the screen at once. And then one from John Whitworth, which I think Yeah, I think I labeled that wrong in the news notes. I assigned that to Julian, not to John, so I'll have to correct that. Oops. Of course, he's a guy behind Dragon Plus Electronics, and he's been working on this Super Bob thing, which is basically a project board that you can eventually buy and then actually work on hardware projects on it. Now, he says, a question for the experimenters out there. Regarding the forthcoming Super Bob experimenters board, the breadboard included obviously is an array of female connectors, but the links to the Dragon, CoCo, and the CPLD are achieved by using the headers at the top and bottom of the board. The example below, I toyed with the idea of providing a male and female header pin for each node, but when I actually built my prototype, I just used rows of male header pins. The way I see it, there are pros and cons to both. The female header sockets suffer wear in the same way that chip sockets do, and they would subsequently be awkward to repair, whereas male headers are the more robust part of the pairing. That said, the male headers are prone to bending and accidental shorts. So I'm seeking views as to any other pros, cons that I'm overlooking. Also, the cables used for these connections are always called DuPont style, but the quality is so variable and they can be the cause of many issues during development. Does DuPont actually still make the cables nowadays? Now, for you hardware guys here between the male-female thing here, would you guys have a preference to this? And if you have a strong one and you're interested in this prototyping board, I would definitely leave a comment in the Dragon group on Facebook to John.
Well, you'd have to ask Bob, wouldn't you?
I like it.
There you go.
I like the male pins. That's a good non-committal answer. I like the male pins.
Well, but the female pins, you can always just stick a pin in the socket and now it's a male pin.
Yeah.
True.
Well, there is that,
True.
So, I don't know.
Use pin headers.
I really, okay, I can see it if you're trying to breadboard something. If you're using the breadboard, the female headers make sense because your standard, like, I get 1,000 of them from China,
Right.
bag of.
They have pin on both sides, yeah.
Yeah, pin on both sides. So that makes a lot of sense. If I've got something that's external to the board that I'm going to be interfacing where I don't need to use the onboard breadboard, then the males make sense. So ultimately, if I'm going to be multi-purposing this for multiple different, prototypes, it makes sense to have both of them on there.
Sure. Why not?
You do know that they make those little jumper pin things with the male female. So you could literally, like this layout here, put the female one on the pin headers on the board and then the male one into the breadboard.
Yeah, but pads are free nowadays. It's not like you pay by the pad. So
yeah,
put it all there. You can always not populate one or the other if you change your mind, but it doesn't cost anything to have it other than the tiny bit of space, the board space it takes.
I do like the fact that the board here is actually designed for both the CoCo and the Dragon too. As you can see, there's Dragon CoCo address bus and data bus, etc.
Well, no reason not to.
What's the diamond-shaped thing?
It's
That's a CPLD socket, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, think gimme sort of twisted.
I wonder what that's being used for.
Everything.
Progressing logic.
Is that where you put the refit chip in?
Refit?
Well, that will give you all your various chip selects and so forth without you having to do them in your breadboard. So you can just buckle down on what is the thing I'm experimenting with. I don't have to get it addressed. I don't have to get it an IRQ. The CPLD will do all that for you.
So Mikey says something on chat that's pretty interesting about it. He says, "Female, please. You can't just stick a random 26 gauge wire in a male pin."
This is true. And you can always just stick a pin in the female and make it a male. So
yeah. So
that's not a social comment or anything. That's just
in real life, it's a little different in real life now, isn't it?
It's all fake stuff anyway.
Anyway, if you guys have strong thoughts on this, and if you guys are interested in getting these boards once he starts actually producing them and makes that decision, just leave a message in the Dragon group on Facebook to his post, which I have a direct link to in the show notes. I incorrectly assigned that to Julian, not to John, so my apologies. I'll actually upload a corrected one here after the show's over.
Well, it looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks like you could actually use this for a lot of designs. I mean, you could probably do a FujiNet card design or a CoCoIO with something like this, couldn't you? Like CPU, lazy VIA, controlling all that kind of stuff.
Do you guys remember in the early days of PCs, they'd have a little board you could buy that's an AM or FM radio? That you can put in your PC. And
Yeah, I remember seeing those, and I never thought, like, why the hell would you ever do that? You can get a little transistor radio that doesn't have to go in there and cause more electrical interference.
But now if you have an AM FM radio chip, you can interface it in your CoCo somehow and come up with something.
Yeah, just do audio on and listen to radio.
I can see this being fun to play with. Yeah,
I have one of those, in a little plastic bag. It's like a card you stick in on the bus. Wonder if it ever worked. I think you have to have software, don't you, in the interface to make the channels change and stuff.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All right. Feel free to leave comments on there, you hardware designers, you. And that's it for the news this week. I'm assuming there will be a whole bunch of announcements at the show. And probably some people are kind of keeping the powder dry by waiting till the show till the official releases of some of this stuff. So
you said that the show is going to be network oriented.
There's definitely some network stuff going on.
Yeah.
FujiNet's going to be represented, and the CoCoIO is going to be represented. So,
has anybody ever brought a black network controller?
You mean like a Network 2 or something?
Yeah. I'm going to bring mine.
I remember seeing them at Rainbow Fest. I can't remember seeing them at CoCoFest.
The first thing you do when you see it is you turn the knob.
Ken and I got to play with one at the Vintage Geek Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee, though. Actually, I got to see it in live action, actually running.
Yeah, I'll bring it.
I know they've been reverse engineering how the Network 3 worked, and you could possibly make a CoCo card or something that actually talk to that, because that's actually not just running out the cassette port like the old ones were.
Okay.
All right, that's all I've got for this week. I'm surprised my voice held out this long with a stupid cold.
He did well.
It hurts like hell, but the voice lasted, so that's the important part.
The trick is to support from the diaphragm.
My trick has been just sucking back water like crazy.
And that'll work too.
And it's okay if on the trip your voice is not up to talking about nitrous.
Talking all the way.
Well, since my voice is doing so well now, I'll record 21 hours of it and I'll just have it play.
Yeah, you just got to rest your voice on the drive, right?
I'm working on dictation. I need to listen to this for the entire trip.
Ken, actually, I should ask you, is there anything on Nitrous 9 1.0.1 you wanted to talk about there? Because you've been so busy with, doing trips and stuff, we haven't talked about it.
I'm planning on playing with it a bit more for the next couple of days, so I can be more familiarized with it for
Nope, I think I have a cat coming down here.
When I put the new one on, I tried to find my second hard drive, to put in. And then I found it and put it on and remembered how to do it. And then, what I did was it's a mirror image of the hard drive from back in the day, So I have all this stuff in there. I was going to start deleting it. And then I thought, why don't I just get a blank one and just copy some of the stuff I've already saved to the new one. So I stopped and I haven't done anything.
Right.
That reminds me, Ken, I also have to get a hold of Shane McDonald this weekend to see if I can get his hardware. Well, he's still got left over, and that'll fill in, I think, the last of your trinity of the original home computers.
No,
right?
I still don't have an Apple II original.
Oh,
I've only
right,
got the PET. Yeah. This will
you
be
got a later
2/3
Apple
of the trinity.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we about done for today?
Yep,
Sounds
I'm
like
done.
been
I'm going
4
back to
hours.
bed after this and rest my throat.
Okay, well, here's our outro then.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The Coco Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The Coco Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The Coco Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
Okay, and final thoughts. What in the world is Zoom trying to do to me now?
First world problems.
It's been doing many things.
Yeah, this new mode of Zoom seems it'll have its place. So
the uninstall bin.
No, once you corral it, it's got nice features, but
It's
yeah.
just the potential. It's got potential.
Yeah, that needs a way to. I mean, yeah, it's great that it automatically brings people up that are talking, but now I need a way to
Make them go
manually
away again.
bring them back quicker than it decides. That
Right.
someone's
I
finally
say
done talking.
3 words and I'm sitting there highlighted for the next 10 minutes. It's kind of
Yeah. So
Yeah, apparently they were very important words according to Zoom.
yeah, right.
So last thoughts. We have
CoCoFest.
yes.
CoCoFest.
Next week.
And
Take lots of pictures.
There's something about Patreon or something. Was that you guys?
yeah, so we have new URLs for Patreon, and it'd be great if I could remember what they were. Those they've been scrolling on the bottom here all show.
Actually, there's 2 of them that one was created facetiously. You can either do patreon.thecoconation.com, or I facetiously put up spaceballs.thecoconation.com, and that one works too. It'll take you to
Cool.
our Patreon page.
I'll remember that one.
Exactly.
And it is scrolling across the bottom right now.
So is this a brand new Patreon site, or what's
Nope.
different between?
No, just a redirect.
It's the same
Okay.
one. We just
Just
haven't
easier
been
to remember.
promoting it. Well, yeah.
Just easier to remember.
I saw somebody's new Camaro.
Yeah, I need to go test my transport. The silver car is now gone, so I need to put a couple more miles on the new one before I take it to Chicago and make sure it's up to snuff,
Is
Otherwise,
it-
I wouldn't drive it at all.
You went to white in a dirty raid state.
Is it a
Good luck with
V6?
that.
Yes, it is. Only 335 horsepower. I'm so sorry.
Nice.
Turbochargers are full.
All right.
No, normally aspirated. It's a proper sports car motor, so there's no turbo lag. When you get on the gas, you get your 335 horsepower. And I hope you're ready to do that, because that's what's going to happen.
So we'll see you guys at the fest.
Oh,
Looking
yeah.
forward. There's a few people that I've not met in person before, like Henry. That'll be great to see you for the first time in
Hi there.
real life.
Yes, it will.
Looking forward.
And for
You have
everybody
maybe
going
have
to the
regrets
fest,
going the other way, but
yeah, sorry for.
no.
I'm going to apologize ahead of time for Curtis's talking about Nitrous 9.
It's all right.
We put him in his corner and let him talk. It's
Yeah.
all good.
unfortunately for Ken, you put him in a corner with Ken. So
Oh, yeah, you got to be with
that's
him,
why you're
Chris.
doing the game on challenge to the other room to get the hell away
Yeah.
from the garage.
Go to
Just
the
right
other
beside
room.
Retro Rewind, so I can just go hang out with them.
All righty. Well, I got Cass telling me that.
Yep,
it's
I
dinner
got
time.
one here that's been just banging around here waiting. I
So
think
if
the
you're
other's still
watching the
outside, so-
Zipster, come to the show.
Yeah, you
Right?
can. Come to the show.
Or
See us in person. We'll do autographs. Oh, wait a minute.
Roger Taylor, come to the show.
No.
Yes.
Oh, Ron, before we go here, did you ever talk to Roger about the Roku, letting the feed come through with the CoCoNation show, or is he still doing that CoCo channel?
We touched on it briefly amongst other things we were talking about, and I guess we have to continue. We didn't really go very far.
Didn't commit either way. Okay.
No.
Okay.
He didn't even commit about coming here, but he said he would look into it. I gave him the link for getting T-shirts if he wants, or looking up at the show for the room or whatever. Because there's still rooms, aren't there? I think there are.
I think the deal's done, but you can get it's
There's
not
bound to be
sold
room
out.
still.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, I got to run and feed some cats here before they eat me.
Have fun. Okay. Well, bye, everybody.
See you all. Well, most of you next week in Chicago.
Yep.
And see you in 2 weeks back here.
Yep.
Something like that.
Right. To talk about next week in Chicago.
Yep. Pictures.
Yeah.